What you playing, son?
So play Rock Night.
Rock Night? Grug no like. Hunting games too slow now. Grug like classics. Yeah. Quake 3 was good game.
Whatever, Dad.
Go bed soon, son.
Rock going.
Ha! Grug no buy silly magic, Bitrock. Grug buy in Rock Market and invest in Cave. Rock Market hit all-time high.
Krug agree. Krug just buy third investment Cave.
Yeah. Noise. Uh-oh. Grug don't feel good.
What wrong? Krug? Wake up. Krug.
Wooga?
What happened?
Grug had vision. Grug see future. Rock Market go kaboom boom.
Krug. Easy on the sips. Grug sound like cuckoo shaman.
Yeah. Grug right. Just crazy dream. Rock on, boys.
get it. Disease. Because everybody's sick.
Yeah.
That was pretty clever.
I got it. Yeah, that was very, very comical and clever.
Y'all are echoing.
Hang on, I got to fix it. Yeah. Okay.
That's a symptom of the disease.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I've had a headache all day, so I probably got it.
Hope not.
Yeah, I've been coughing like crazy. I probably have it. There's actually a case of it right near where I live in Jefferson City.
Stop it. None of you are me. Don't give
I'm
me
telling
your-
you, Jefferson City, I live on the county line, and there's a coronavirus case, and this is like a super rural area.
Don't give me your sickness.
Yeah,
There's one near you, too, in Kingsport.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Did you know they recently discovered you can spread coronavirus over the internet?
Shut up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
Stop it. I'm going to be one of the ones that goes on and doesn't get sick. I'll be like that guy.
One of the ones that goes on and doesn't repopulate the earth.
I'm going to be that guy at the end of Cabin Fever with the cloth and the mask over, or the cloth over his face, who comes out and looks at all the dead bodies and says, I made it. And there's a swelling, triumphant, orchestra, as the realization, sets in that he did make it. I made it. I fucking made it. I made it. And then
I can see it playing out now, and you'll only be really hot supermodels left, and you'll be like, no, I'm going my own way.
No.
It'll be you and just supermodels for as far as the eye can see, and you're going to be like, no, sorry.
Well, clearly you, sir, have not seen the end of Cabin Fever, because as soon as he says at full volume,
That's a lame movie, Jeremy.
Would you somebody let me talk? At the end of the Cabin Fever, as he hits full volume, saying the "I fucking made it" thing, he gets gunned down by agents who are trying to control the scene, the situation.
Okay.
So,
In other words, it's a ripoff of Night of the Living Dead.
yeah, I never thought about
It's
that.
an homage, man.
Eli, are you sick?
Homage.
Eli in the chat. I want to know if you're sick or if you know anybody who's sick.
I think he lives international. There are a ton of freaking cases down there, like 20, I think.
I have disinfected every surface twice for the last several days. I still think that this is overreaction to the extreme, canceling all sporting events, closing down restaurants and some theaters.
Hey, I got out of school till freaking April 9th.
I know, and I'm happy for you, but Americans and the rest of the world, you're acting stupid. You're revealing.
I don't know. I don't know that we are, really.
And people call me paranoid, and everybody's being paranoid about this. Look, wash your hands and rinse your mouth every few hours. That's what I do. That's what I did before. I haven't gotten sick.
That ain't going to work against the bioweapon.
That's not true.
Yeah, dude.
If it's airborne, and you've got disinfectant, antibiotic ointment, soap, mouthwash, and peroxide or rubbing alcohol that you spray on yourself, you will be protected.
I'm sure everyone who got it was super dirty, and they would have been okay had they just stocked up on soap.
Yes.
No.
Filthy mongrels. Why do you think so many Chinese got it? No, I should. But look, I do think that this is a bioweapon. Apparently, North Korea, thinks that it was a bioweapon constructed and engineered by American, interests. And we think it's the Chinese, because they're the filthy, unwashed bat eaters, So I could honestly see it being, constructed by either country, to be honest.
Can we play the Rusty Cage coronavirus song?
I don't even know what that is. I know it's a soundboard.
No, just type in Rusty Cage Corona.
Let me save that for closer to the end of the show because, I
only think videos make my reception horrible.
Well, I mean, maybe other people enjoy them. I don't know, but why aren't we calling this bat flu? We called bird flu, swine flu. If this came from bats, why aren't we calling this bat flu?
I think it's only
I've heard
speculation.
flu.
Yeah, I think it's only speculation that it originated in bats as of this point. There have been people calling it.
In a Wuhan lab. We know that it originated in a Wuhan lab, though.
Yeah, there have been people calling it Wuhan flu. So there's that.
Well, I don't know that there's. I mean, there's a debate whether or not it originated in the wet market, right, or this bio lab that allegedly is down the street from this wet market. So it's hard to say.
Are they still eating bat intestines?
Well, I mean,
maybe. They did ban the eating of wild animals.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
That's the first example of progress in China since Mao's death.
God. But are you still employed, Jeremy?
Of course I am. Why?
I don't know. I thought people might not be going to your establishment to eat.
No, we still have the normal, the daily regulars. They won't be deterred for any reason. So,
right.
Have they, has your place of employment made any statement about what they're going to do if there's an outbreak in your area?
We can't serve. We can no longer serve food openly. It all has to be bagged. We can't even, if somebody requests a biscuit and gravy, to go covered or something, or they order a biscuit and gravy for here, they have to be, boxed up and bagged. That's the only way now that we can do it. Everything has to be contained,
Yeah, they'll probably limit it to just drive-through traffic here soon, is my guess.
That would probably me. I could use some time off.
Yeah, probably make you wear gloves all the time. My workplace.
Yeah, well, good luck with those touch screens. They better get some new screens then. If they think that those rubber gloves are going to work on touch screens, no, they're clunky. They end up ringing up whatever's next to what you want to ring up. So,
yeah,
what do you say they're doing at your place?
At mine?
Yeah.
We were able to work from home, so my supervisor sent me home early on Friday to test out if the work from home software worked on my computer, and it works pretty smoothly. So, if need be, I can just hold. Well, I work in life insurance, so as long as I can remote into my into their network, it's I can do my job.
Always be closing.
I don't sell. I just do claims.
Then the coffee is not for you. The coffee is not for you. Then
they better stop handing it out for free. Then that's one nice thing about my job.
Coffee's for closers.
I mean, as of
coffees.
Tonight,
once you close the fucking claim, you get coffee.
they're closing down all bars and restaurants where I live.
This is retarded. This is the most. They're going to cancel WrestleMania too. That infuriates me.
That's where your problem is. I think I see now. I see where you're going with this. You're upset about WrestleMania.
Even if it wasn't WrestleMania season, I would still think this is retarded. Okay, and furthermore, do any of us actually know anybody who actually legitimately is confirmed to have corona, or anybody who died of corona? Do any of us know anybody?
No, but I hope I never do.
I know there's one that lives at least 30 miles away from me.
In any of these thousands,
you don't know that person personally, though, right?
No, but I mean they've got to be pretty close.
Do you know it for a fact?
And then Jeremy, they're up in Kingsport. There was a case, so he might know the person.
We got some folks like about 15 minutes from me. Yeah.
Do you know that they have corona? Do you know for a fact that?
I don't know these people. No, it's been reported in the local news, right, that these humans have.
So what, I don't know them personally. People? They outed these people sick?
Well, they say 4 people are sick. They didn't say their names.
Yeah, they're not going to do that.
How do you know they're your neighbors then?
Well, they live. I mean, they're not my neighbors per se. They live within like 15 minutes, right? Because the medical facility is like 15 minutes from my home.
Yeah, there's one confirmed case in my city at least. There's been a few in Iowa.
Means there's probably more because it's probably spread and the people haven't been like.
Yeah, there's not widespread testing yet to determine really truly how many people. They can only guess at this point. I mean. One. It's like apparently world leaders are starting to get it. Justin Trudeau's wife is confirmed to have it. Right.
Alessandro down in.
No, he doesn't have it. That's not true.
It isn't. I thought it was confirmed he had it.
No. No, that's
And I'm
not.
glad
That's not
you
true.
brought that up, and I'm glad that Gregor debunked that real fast.
Well, I didn't debunk it, but that was initially reported. What you're saying, right? And then it has been.
Why are you in such a debunking mood, Jeremy? You're
No,
typically all
I
about
hate
this stuff.
debunking. It kills the soul. But I'm glad that that conversation was just brought up between Ben and Gregor, because there are 3 celebrities who died today, and none of them were due to coronavirus. And I know that people are going to end up just looking at the rest in peace tag on the headlines beside their names and think instantly coronavirus. No. Seventh Heaven actor Lorenzo Brino died in a car crash. Genesis Peorage, a musician from the 80s,
Yeah.
she died of leukemia.
Yeah, that's a bit tragic. You know, I was really a huge Throbbing Gristle fan.
No, but I mean, they're all tragic. I mean, you know.
Oh, it's that guy.
But, and also Roscoe Bourne, some soap opera actor, died of suicide. So suicide, leukemia, and car crash, none from coronavirus. Okay. But I know that hundreds or thousands of people are going to see those people that died today and instantly think coronavirus, and that, you know, that's just going to add to the panic.
I mean, possibly, yeah. I mean, because people think about, you know, people are dumb, right? But I mean, it does seem to me that the likelihood of the folks that are probably you're going to see getting it are the folks that travel a lot, which is celebrities and politicians and whatnot, right?
I don't
I
leave
mean-
my house for work, so I think I'm good.
I mean, I was hoping that Trump caught it. Apparently, like, he's tested negative. But do you really think if he actually was positive, he'd tell anyone?
Mm.
Probably not. Probably
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, so let's hope that
already-
he gets it and spreads it all over fucking Congress and all over, like, to other world leaders.
I mean,
Why
I
did
don't
you turn
really
on your
want
cameras,
that to
Zach?
happen. I don't really want
I
that to
think it
happen,
was
Mr.
me.
Burn.
I
all
do.
down. God,
Burn it!
it's
Why did you
terrible.
turn on your camera, Zach?
With this touch screen, I was doing something.
It was an accident.
Yeah,
Um,
but they saw you. They saw you, Zach.
You've been exposed.
You've been exposed. They're coming for you.
I also heard that, well, Trump's already done more than Obama did about swine flu. So, but look, I understand, and I don't know if this is confirmed or not, but I understand that Trump is going to declare grocery stores as critical infrastructure, which, you know, that kind of
Right.
the sound of that kind of, you know, clarifies itself. But there are 16 critical infrastructures, you know, from the dams, you know, water and waste management, emergency sector, energy sector, financial services, government facilities, healthcare and public health, and nuclear reactors, of course, information technology, transportation systems, and so food and agriculture. So grocery stores would probably fall under food and agriculture. And also, I don't know if you guys have heard of Coronacoin.
Is it a cryptocurrency?
It's pretty fucking disgusting, yeah. And I'll pull up the link for proof. You know, unless this is a spoof site, and I don't think it is. You know,
Well, Dogecoin wasn't.
Coin Rivet. So that's probably, you know, obviously a currency, a crypto website, you know, that reports on, you know, crypto news. Apparently, every time people die, it raises the value of this Coronacoin. That's fucking sick, man. These people need to be shut down. That's
But the headline says they're not cashing in on death. I mean, so
the
that's
creators
true.
say that, but that's bullshit. You can't.
Wow.
Of course, they're going to say that. They found a way to rig the system for themselves, you know, and by preying on vulnerable people, of course they're going to deny it.
Well, I know I was being facetious.
Oh, okay. I thought you were serious. There's nothing morally wrong with crypto's diminishing supply based on the number of infections and deaths linked to
I mean,
corona.
anytime there's a crisis, you can count on somebody trying to cash in on it, right?
Fucking handing out cookies at ground zero and shit, or taking up donations.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there's all these people that went out immediately, bought up all these hand sanitizers and whatnot, right? And tried to scalp them, you know.
Look at this. A token claiming to be backed. Oh, I didn't know tokens could claim anything. That's very bad wording there. A token claiming to be backed by proof of death. Hi, I'm a token and I'm backed by proof of death. That is horrible English. Fuck this, whoever wrote this.
Modern journalism.
Yeah, fuck you, whoever wrote this article. I want you to stop writing articles.
Just stop being
tokens of death. Tokens of death.
Just stop being a pussy and just say that you want the truncheon cracked across his head.
I want a truncheon cracked across his head or her.
Darren, it's a him.
Yeah, Darren. Nice reporting, Darren. That token. Did you get an exclusive interview with that token? I'm backed by proof of death. The fucking Simpsons, you motherfucker.
You're a dead man, Darren.
You're just as bad as you're just as bad as the Coronacoin people, Darren.
Yeah, almost as bad as the Catcoin people.
You deserve the rope.
Yeah, we should get our cryptocurrency expert on here tonight to talk about this Coronacoin.
I'm sure he'll be tuning in eventually, and maybe he'll have an opinion, you know. But we do have a guest here soon, Kirk Jones.
Oh yeah,
No, not Kirk Jones. Kirk Jones. I'm getting to that.
Bob Freville.
I kind of predicted that Kirk Jones wouldn't be able to join us, even though he said he'd be free this weekend. I've been trying to, I've been drawing and quartering him for the last several weeks, and he said he'd be free this weekend, but I think he didn't lie to me, but something came up, related to all this bullshit, and he wasn't able to retrieve his microphone. So, maybe in 2 weeks or something, I don't know, but we do, if he's still up for it, according to Zach, he is. We do have Bob Freville joining us now. I haven't read anything by the guy. I hope somebody has.
Yeah, I've read on it. But
Okay,
I think
great.
Ben has, hasn't he?
Honestly, I don't think I've read any of his books, but he's my editor over at Silent Motors Media.
Cool.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah.
So what has he written? I've not read it.
Battering the stem.
Yeah, battering the stems, celebrity terrorist, sex bomb. He had he was a director too, and had a trauma movie out called Hemo.
Okay.
Yeah, from Trauma movies.
I also want to talk. Okay, go ahead.
Actually, I don't know what I was going to say.
Well, I was just going to say I want to talk, get into that boxing match from a few weeks ago again later. We'll save that for later, though. Anyway,
What boxing match?
Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder. There's been some more news coming out of that match where the guy licked the guy's blood off his sweaty shoulder. I showed the video of it. Remember?
Right? Yeah, I do.
And now he has coronavirus.
No, well, that would be ironic, but no. I will get into it later. But let's just say that there's been some evidence of foul play in the whole way that match went, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But I don't know. What else do we want to talk about before we get to the guest?
How's Elaine doing?
Seems to be doing pretty well so far. It's gotten pretty good reviews. It's for people who tune in on Wednesday. It is going to be free on Kindle for 24 hours. So look out for that.
Free on Kindle on this upcoming Wednesday, you say?
Yes.
Well, that's awful crazy. Why the hell are they doing that?
So people have something to read while they're dying from coronavirus.
Oh, that's awful nice of them.
So
Thank you, Addle.
That's the 18th. Okay, so don't miss out.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I seem to see that there's a fair amount of positive reviews that you've been sharing about, so that's nice to see.
Yeah, I don't know what the actual sales figures are because I don't have access to that, but seems to be doing okay.
Very nice. Congratulations.
It doesn't hurt
Thanks.
to ask what the sales figures are, though. I mean, you're in a partnership with this publisher.
I know.
You could just go to your Amazon author page and tell them.
Oh yeah, you can do that, but you have to keep in mind that I'm dumb and lazy.
What
Let's
about?
get Prunty on here and grill him.
I would love to have Prunty if he would come on. How is the Son of Hanover Block?
Oh, it's poor sales. Poor sales.
Literally, or you just
Yeah, no reviews yet. Poor sales. I think the timing was bad. Because part of the premise is like an infestation that's sweeping the nation that the government's
perfect time.
I don't know. I don't think people in the mood to read that right now.
Perfect time, man. I've
I don't
got,
know, we'll
I've got
see.
Amazon or YouTube shilling the movie Contagion at me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it's perfect timing for that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not comfortable pumping that particular aspect of the story at this point in time.
Shame you can't fucking eat Corona.
Just pump it. Just continue pumping it. Pumping it like coronavirus pumps toxins through the people and affects bodies.
Yeah, and every time I see one of your ads on Twitter, I'm going to troll it.
You should.
Yep.
It gives it engagement.
Yeah, it gives it engagement. That's fine with me. Yeah. No, I mean sales have been okay. I haven't had any real reviews yet though. So, but there's also been delays in getting my review copies out to reviewers and whatever the case may be. Our man that Jeremy beat up, I don't know, a week or two ago is currently reading it, so we'll see what he has to say about it.
Who did I beat up?
J. Peter W.
Oh, he took it like a champ though.
Yeah,
Right
I know, but still you beat him up.
Very sleepy champ.
Yeah, he seemed to be quite tired. Yeah, yeah.
By the way, was that not awesome how we got Nathan Thompson on out of the blue? Talk about improvisation, man. And Drunk Ben, the birth, we saw the birth of Drunk Ben, who made an ongoing character. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm only having one beer tonight.
How did you know that I was?
How many ounces is it?
99.
Just 12 ounces.
40. It's a 64 ouncer.
Yeah, I'll get like a 40 of a Old English and just chug it next time.
Ben, how did you know that I wanted blood sports out of that? Did you want it, or did you know that I wanted it?
I didn't know what I wanted. I was drunk.
Yeah, he didn't know.
I was just functioning off a lizard brain.
I expected somebody to lose it with the guy, but I didn't know it would be Ben. I thought maybe Gregor
like right off the bat.
No,
I mean, to be fair to me, he's an insufferable asshole. So,
well, to add to that, check out. I heard this was on a stream not 2 hours ago in someone's Discord. Check out this golden audio.
Big fan. Direct message.
Shouldn't you be out chasing down buses? Isn't that your thing?
I'm tired from chasing down kids all day.
Ooh,
That's fucking creepy, dude.
you are getting really dude.
Yeah, they're fucking easy to catch because they're so slow.
Oh no. Yeah, you've got news. I can
Someone's
smell
gonna
you.
plug you.
Yeah, get triggered, you fucking losers.
well, are you triggered, lib? You triggered, lib?
That was our boy Nathan Thompson, killing it as always.
Is he really doing the whole "Are you triggered? Are you triggered? Are you triggered?" thing? Isn't that kind of old at this point?
Yeah, but
Getting triggered is also kind of.
I don't know what was better, more clip worthy out of that 16 seconds. Whether it was I'm tired from chasing down school kids, or was it they're easy to catch because they're so slow.
So
who was saying that though? Like, was that
Nathan Thompson?
Yeah, he's definitely like a big glowing galaxy brain type.
That was Nathan, the flat earther from last week, Gregor. Yeah,
he was talking about. Okay, yeah, that's weird.
What, you triggered? You triggered, you fucking lib.
Have you worked on getting him back on, Jeremy?
I'm going to probably next episode. I know Christoph Paul has agreed to come on. We'll see how that goes. But
who's Christoph Paul again?
He
runs Clash Books.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And he wrote Passion of the Christoph. I think that's probably that and Great White House are probably the ones I know him for best.
Right.
Yeah, he also writes under the pen name Mandy DeSandra. I don't know if you know that. It's sort of
Is it basically like a Chuck Tingle thing?
Well, they used to, but I think lately they've gone to more outright, like straight up bizarro satire.
It's really not even that funny, to be honest. I mean, I heard some bazong where he was on as Mandy DeSandra, and there was like zero laughability coming out of it for me. I don't know. I mean, it's like, you know, my 7th grade math teacher would dress up at the you know, scrimmage games at school, and he would say that, you know, he had to miss the game, but his sister Garrietta, you know, would always get out there and play with the boys on the court, and it was this big gag. That was funny. Christoph as Mandy, it's just not funny to me, you know, and it's not because, obviously I'm not offended because he's, you know, doing shtick that makes fun of, you know, trans people or whatever, or cross dressers, but I mean, it's just not funny. There's no effort there for me.
Well, let's get the best comedian on. Get in touch with your freaking math teacher.
I know.
Well, he's not making fun of trans people. He's making fun of two-spirited people.
Who?
Two-spirited people.
They're basically people who claim they have a split personality, but treat it like they have two souls or something like that. It's sort of like that other stupid otherkin phenomena.
If there's,
I thought it was rooted in like Native American tradition, or is that a bunch of BS?
Well, they probably took I think they did take the name from like Native American traditions because they're, you know, that's just kind of a,
that kind of lifestyle doesn't even warrant a pronoun or something. I mean, it's just stupid.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's on the level of like I'm taking trans issues, but my pronouns, are I shit it on my.
Look,
what? You can't even finish the sentence. What was that?
It's like being a trans person.
You can't even
I don't know. I find the whole phenomenon just so ridiculous. It's just people, you know, just taking these people who actually have like dysphoria, who actually don't like fit into traditional gender roles, and just taking it as just like, well, I'm a gender because I'm a male feminist and I hate my own dick. So it's just shit like that.
I identify as a hobbit. How about that?
That's fine. I mean, all of this stuff is fine, I suppose.
Makes
right?
sense.
I mean, if you think you're a dragon, you know, really a dragon, that's fine with me.
No, I'm a hobbit.
More like a
I'm talking about
not
you specifically.
I
right?
have hairy feet. Okay.
Your pronouns are shitted, farted, and cummed.
Yeah.
Is that true, Jeremy?
I have hairy feet. I never leave my hole. And
I know that.
I don't understand sex. So there you go. I'm a hobbit.
And you have lots of gold that people try to kill you for.
Yeah.
Is that true, Jeremy?
They never get the hands on me gold. Yeah.
You got a lot of bling that hangs around your neck.
I don't think hobbits ever had gold. What do you mean?
I thought you said dragon.
I said hobbit.
No, he's a hobbit.
That's a leprechaun.
I was saying dragon
I thought
in general. The general you. When I said when you know, I'm fine with people being other kin or whatever they want to be. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, I misheard.
Those people that pretend to be horses, and then they have these people that like lead them around the backyard. You know, you know what I'm talking about? Those guys.
I mean, I should identify as a horse because I got a fucking horse dick. So, but you don't see me doing that.
Well, I mean, you don't have to do that, but you could. You know.
By the way, nobody commented on my new avatar. I'm a little hurt by that.
Is it? I was curious about it. Is it the basket case dude, but with Trump's hair?
No,
it's the dang quarantine bubble.
It's a hazmat suit.
Oh, okay.
It's
I see
Belial
that now.
from Basket Case in a
Right.
hazmat suit. Yes, he's ready for this.
I hate basket case.
Now, Belial is you know, carefully insulated and protected, while the rest of you are going to die of it.
Yeah,
but not
possibly.
Belial. Belial is safe.
So, Belial needs the hazmat suit because he's probably immunocompromised.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, he's definitely got some underlying health concerns that he needs to protect himself from. So, Zach, you said you don't like Basket Case.
Not really.
What about Basket Case 2?
I've actually not seen any of the sequels because I didn't like the first ones.
The Basket Case 2 is Yeah, I heard basket. I definitely that's on my list because I like the basket case movies. I liked 1 and 2. 2 is definitely better than the first one.
I like
Had better
2.
production values. Had a sex scenes in it with these freaks. It's really good. Yeah.
I've only seen the first one. I saw it years ago, so I don't remember much about it.
Yeah, check out the second part.
I may
good.
be the only person who enjoyed part 3.
I mean, I would like to see it. It looks like something that I would truly like.
He has kids in it.
I mean, that sounds like right up my alley. I love all these movies with like little creatures running around, like Gremlins, Goonies,
Jack Frost too.
Munchies. You guys ever seen Munchies?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
It sounds like a like one of those like knockoff films.
Oh yeah. They're all like knockoff Gremlins.
I always wanted to see a Critters versus Ghoulies crossover film.
Oh yeah, I'd like to see that too, man. I love all those
that
little
dang
stupid little
Critters
puppet
show
things.
they had on Shudder was
How was it?
horrible.
Really?
Yeah, I heard it was terrible. Yeah,
Why?
Yeah,
it's really bad
I'm pretty
production
sure
values.
Each
Horrible
episode
writing.
was like 15 minutes, and they were just stupid.
I do hate that shit. Yeah.
I don't mind a 15-minute episode, but I heard it's really poorly done. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, it's like how many gags can you fit in?
It's Critters. That's all you need.
I mean, I'd love to write Critters.
That's not all you need.
I'd love to write the second season of Critters, man. If they approach me, I'd write the hell out of that.
Okay, I stand corrected. That's not all you need. You need a romantic character arc in a Critters series. Okay. What? I mean, what do we need?
Well, I heard that they actually made a Hobgoblins 2 a while back.
Did they really? I gotta see it.
I've heard it's pretty terrible. I've heard they even use the that song from Mystery Science Theater that they make when they're trying to half-ass riffing it. That hobgoblins, what are you gonna do with the hobgoblins? Like when they're just like half-assing riffing.
That's awesome. You're saying that Hobgoblins 2 is awful. When was Hobgoblins 1 not awful? I mean,
yeah, that's true. That's a pretty fucking awful film. It's like even the Mystery Science Theater people didn't have fun with it.
Yeah, see, I mean, awful can be fun. Just take the show for example, right?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. We just need like Mike and the Bots sitting down there and just telling us how much we suck.
We already know.
That should be Eli Cash's job.
I know. I think Eli has maybe the coronavirus got him. I think the corona got him. He's gone.
I hope not.
We're dropping like flies here, but not me because I am in my insulated suit.
Yeah, I
What if the
don't
person
have
in
anything.
the hazmat suit factory had coronavirus?
Nah.
They probably could have some kind of disinfecting procedure before they send them out.
Right. Yeah, whatever disinfecting procedure it is that they probably causes cancer.
Make sure they keep them sterile. It's like I don't give a fuck about coronavirus. I'm sitting here butt fucking naked. It's like I say, come here.
It doesn't sound like you're out of breath.
No, I'm just out of fucking patience.
Oh,
for life.
I thought you said you were
Bob told me he can only stay on until 9. I just got that.
Really? Well, yeah. I mean, I don't think we'll even require him that long. But I mean, if he wants to, yeah. But hang on.
What time zone is he in?
Hang on. There are some books that I do want to go on a bit of a rant on, but I'll save it for later, like the other stuff I was going to save for later.
So when's this guy coming on? I mean,
I guess right now.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Back, bring him to me.
All right. I'll send him the link.
Bring the Bob to us.
And you know this gentleman as well, Ben. You've worked with him in the
Zak?
past.
Yeah.
Hey, Zach.
What?
Tell him to kneel when he gets in here, all right?
Yeah, kneel before Belial.
Yes. It's very important.
On this podcast, we are vile and we are loyal to Belial.
Yes.
That's me.
Except me, Zach.
Hey, what the fuck are you doing here? Get the fuck out of here. Fuck you. I was, speaking of blood sports, I was actually listening to Vaush debating Ethan Ralph on the Drunken Peasants, and that was pretty funny. It's like when they were debating politics, Ethan Ralph just out of nowhere shouted the N-word at Vaush. That was pretty funny.
Wow.
Yeah, the Ralph Killstream is one of my favorite shows.
Well, it's banned now. It's been banned off of DLive.
It's really.
It was because of that stream. Because by the end, Ralph had gotten so drunk that he was threatening to dox Vash's girlfriend.
That's wrong. I still Killstream is one of my favorite shows though, and I don't know if you know this. It's kind of a a well kept secret. It's like a not so hidden secret, but Killstream is available on the channel Full Blast Forever, like every night. So.
Oh yeah, I don't really like watch the Killstream.
I know you
because, I only watched it because I thought Vaush debating Ethan Ralph would be like hilariously dumb.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like
mostly, that's the thing. Why does anybody think they're going to change someone's mind on the internet?
Well, but with Ethan Ralph, it's especially dumb. Like the whole thing just like devolved into like Ethan Ralph shouting at Vaush that he likes horse dick. So,
did you hear the thing where he fell asleep playing Cuphead and he kept recording and you could hear him the next day with his mom trying to wake him and he's all drunk and pulling up. And he's saying, "What?
Yeah.
I'm getting up," And he had to take her to her doctor's appointment, because she's sick with something, and she's calling his phone from the car, I guess. And finally he gets fed up and he says, "Oh, eat a fucking dick." And then he picks up the phone. And he says, "Call you an Uber. How about that?" Horrible. Your mother, man. I'm sure he regretted that later.
Ethan's an alcoholic. There's no way around it.
No, yeah, but
Ethan, too. I'm not familiar with these two.
As a fat Nazi, basically.
He's not a Nazi. He's a troll, if anything.
Yeah, that basically. I think he's too not political enough to really be like a Nazi. But yeah, that was part of the stupidity of it. Like most of the time, most of the debate, like Vaush was just calling Ralph a Nazi.
I would hope.
So it's basically like Vaush calling Ralph a Nazi and Ralph saying that Vaush likes horse cock.
Yeah.
That was like the sum of it. Eventually Ethan shouted the N-word and then got drunk enough to threaten to dox people and got banned.
See, I'd actually almost rather watch The Bachelorette than that, I think.
Yeah, but
it was fine until that last part, if you ask me.
I think I'll like this stick to listening to Chapo Trap House for like fucking bile-filled political discussions.
Well, here's the thing. You can point to that as an example of racism all you want, but it's a fact that Jesse Lee Peterson, a black conservative, really
Jesse Lee Peterson is a fucking retard.
He is
seriously.
No, hang on though. Hang on. I've got to get this out.
He's like a real life Uncle Ruckus. Fuck that guy.
Hang on. That's not my point. Yes, he can tell he's even got some kind of developmental problem.
Yeah.
But he's a black
part of his appeal.
The point is he's a black conservative, and
he's like a literal Uncle Tom, and I'm not the kind who believes you should throw that word around.
I don't. Well, can I get this out though? The point.
Yeah, go ahead,
let him talk. It's his show. It's his show, Ben.
Sorry, go ahead.
Ethan Ralph has had Jesse Lee Peterson on. So, he's not, you can level the charge of racism at him all you want. He just doesn't, hold any stock in the N-word being offensive. We're tired of these overreactionary crybabies, trying to change every aspect and walk of our life, to suit them. That's what it is. We're reacting in a way that we know will get under their skin. That's what it is. Most people who engage in this shit are only doing it to get a reaction. It's not because they believe in an ethno state. They will say they believe in an ethno state to quote unquote, yes, trigger the left, because it's still so easy. They get deeper and deeper into their own little, NPR rabbit hole of faggotry. Anyway, now you can
on one hand, yeah, it's like there's a lot of there was a case where someone from the FaZe clan or whatever was streaming in a heated gamer moment. He shouted the N-word, but he didn't even know they were streaming, and he caught a lot of flack for that. Which on one hand he probably should have, but on the other is he didn't even think he was talking to anyone. So the idea that if you shout the N-word in private and don't know you're in private, it's that's dumb. But the idea it's on the same as like thinking we should throw black people into slavery is stupid. But on the other hand,
I think people with Tourette's should be probably ostracized as well, right?
that was actually a controversy because there was a Twitch streamer who had Tourette's who sometimes like said the N-word as part of her tics, and there was like controversy over whether she should be banned or not.
No, yeah, she definitely should be banned, and like if she has children, they should not be allowed to eat. Definitely. I mean, come on, the context doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's definitely. That's definitely. I mean, yeah, it's a.
I'm being facetious again.
No, I mean, I know it's like I actually recently read another article from. It was actually kind of an old one. It was like from 2013. It was by a British leftist named Mark Fisher. He has a article called "Exiting the Vampire Castle," which he actually like talked about this whole like cancel culture thing before it was even really like a term.
I read a book that freaking predicted Clown World in 1940.
All right, I want to hear about both of these things. So, like, keep that tab on that bit, Zach. Finish what your thought was, Ben, because I want to hear the next thing too. I don't get it.
But it was like it's using a Russell Brand, an interview he was in where he caught a lot of flack for using like terms like darling and bird, and he called like this tendency on Twitter to like rally around people and try to what we would call cancel them and shout at them. He called it the Vampire Castle.
Oh, as far as like people with pitchforks and whatnot.
Yeah,
is that what he's getting at there? Okay, I got you. So what were you saying now, Zach, about something in 1940 predicting Clown World?
Yeah, this book called The Crisis of Our Age by, I can't pronounce his name, Petrine Sorokin. He's like a kind of like a Catholic theologian / philosopher / sociologist.
Mm-hmm.
Everything in the book is pretty much modern culture. And it's easy to predict stuff because you can just follow. I mean, it's all kind of a linear progression. But to be able to do that so acutely in a roundabout way, Clown World means, it's insane.
Oh, Bob was on, but now he just left.
Yeah,
we scared him off.
Yeah, we probably scared him off. Somebody probably told him, you better not get on there.
Talking about clowns and vampires.
Yeah, clowns and vampires.
You should feel right at home then.
Yeah.
Zach, get him back.
So we can thank the whatever gods may be for Corona Chan to wipe Hell World clean.
And I was about to put this up as on the share screen. That's what's the deal, Zach? Did he say something or what?
I don't know if he dropped out or if we pissed him off by talking.
Probably had a technical issue or something.
Jesus, yeah, I would hope so because we were getting to it. I was.
Oh, can you hear us, Bob?
I don't see him. Okay, there he is.
Bob, can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Hey.
Hello?
Yeah, hey.
Are you muted?
No, I heard him say hello.
Yeah, I thought I did too.
Hey there? I think he might be having technical problems.
Maybe he has to go to your cam mic settings, Bob. It's down at the very bottom where it has mute, start cam mic. Click on cam mic and just mess around with the audio.
Hello?
Yeah, we'll get
I can hear you.
There he is.
Yeah, there you are.
Can you hear us?
Sure.
Hey, Bob.
I don't think that was him.
I heard him.
Yeah, I heard somebody say hello. Hello?
Well, anyway, okay, continue with Clown World until he works.
Yeah, so what was this? So what did they predict specifically there, Zach? What are you getting at?
Well, I mean, he obviously didn't predict the meme.
Right.
That with the dying sensate culture, like he broke each phase of, I guess, history into this repeating series of going from an. He just sent me a text. I heard someone talking for a second, then it. Anyway, I'll give him time to figure that out.
Just try exiting and coming back
down
in.
into like these.
Sorry, go ahead. I was telling him
into,
to try exiting and coming back in.
Yes.
Go ahead.
He broke it down into ideational culture, idealistic culture, and sensate culture. And that all throughout history, we've always went like in a progression, like one then the other, then the other. And most wars have happened in transition periods. And he's talking that the West is obviously a highly sensate culture, and we're due for long overdue, actually, for a transition into either ideational, which is a more religious-based society, or idealistic, which is like a mixture of the both. But he said that we were in the declining stage of our sensate culture based on the degradation of art and the higher income disparity. And I should have marked it down. I didn't, but he said specifically, because there's always countercurrents of each culture running through each culture. He said the people with a more ideational mindset would be like clowns in a world of he worded it better than I could have, but the fact that he used the clown metaphor kind of struck me.
Hey, Bob.
But I mean, it basically was the clown world that we know, like what he's describing.
Hey,
Yeah,
Bob.
that's interesting.
Bob.
We can see Bob.
Bob, we see you. We can't hear you, though. We could for a second.
Yeah, if you can hear us, you might have to. I don't know.
Here, I'm going to mute myself and call him.
Yeah,
real
hey,
quick.
Bob.
Oh,
I
yeah, yeah.
can
Just
hear you.
wait. Bob.
That's still not working.
Are you
Yeah,
there?
it seemed like it was working for a second. You know, like his
We'll call him real
avatar
quick.
was pulsing. So,
Hey, Bob.
so you,
Respond if you can hear us.
yeah, feel free to jump in and just interrupt us because yeah. So you had some books that that you want to rail against this week, Mr. Maddox.
Well, yeah, but I'm gonna save that for a little bit later. I
don't want you to forget, though. That's
No, I
what I'm
won't.
getting at.
Oh, don't
right?
worry, I won't. That's your job to make sure that I stay angry.
Yeah, I want you to. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Apparently, it's Darren Perkins' job too.
Darren Perkins. Oh, the author.
Yeah, of that article about Coronacoin.
Oh, the Coronacoin.
The token claims that it's not backed by proof of death.
Yeah, that's an interesting. That's an interesting phenomenon that we have talking cryptocurrency now. So I'm going to be starting on a book called Elaine today.
I thought you finished it.
No, I haven't started it yet.
Who's the hack fraud who wrote that shit?
Yeah, that's what I said. in my review.
Some hairy dude out in Iowa.
Sounds like a loser to me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
why
sounds
would you be
like
here?
it. Yeah. Some drunk that rails at flat earthers on the internet. You know,
Who the fuck does that?
I don't know. Just I don't know. Guys with problems.
Yeah,
You
it was
know.
very profound problems.
Yeah, you should get on the Jesse Lee Peterson show. Talk to him a little bit.
Yeah, I should
But-
get drunk and just scream at Jesse Lee Peterson.
Beta!
I think one of the funniest podcasts I saw was a debate, but well, not really a debate. It was it was mostly just it was a discussion between Jesse Lee Peterson and Ben Burgess, and Jesse Lee Peterson just looked like the most fucking profound retard in that.
I don't know who the guy is that he was talking to. Who is he talking to?
Ben Burgess he's the author of a book called Logic for Leftists, where he it's kind of a response to the whole Ben Shapiro idea that the right owns facts and logic and such.
Yeah, I've not heard of that cat.
Doesn't it seem like he seriously seems like he has now? I mean,
He's
on our side, but he seems like he has some.
not on my
side.
fucking side.
Huh?
Yeah. What do you mean we, Kimasabi?
Yeah.
What do you mean me, pale
Conservative.
face?
Well, hang on, and I'll tell you, us conservatives. I wasn't including you. I know you're a namby-pamby centrist. I'm joking, but
No, I'm
independent.
and I'm gonna burn everything down and kill everyone anarchist. So
Right.
I don't.
yeah,
believe
this
that.
is
I
the
don't
this
believe
is
that, Ben.
yeah. This guy is like the real life Uncle Ruckus.
Well, here's the
Dude,
deal.
I
think that
love
he
this
was-
guy.
I think that someone uses. I think someone props him up with their money somehow, like Wesley.
Probably.
Like like how Wesley Willis had a buddy system when he would go from city to city. There were always some people that would kind of watch over him, not babysit, but kind of be his guardian angels, so to speak. I think that's the case here. That somebody has a lot of money, and Mr. Moneybags is keeping him propped up. Because I don't see how he could have gotten to where he is without that advantage. No offense.
I don't know. I think he's got an X factor type of thing, right? I mean, his imperfections is part of his charm. Yeah. He's kind of like Columbo in a certain way, right? I mean,
hey, Bob?
Yeah, like is it work? Oh, I think it's finally working.
Hey, Bob. Hey, yes. Are you still there?
What the fuck? It worked for like 1 second and then stopped.
Bob, don't leave so soon. Yeah. Yeah, you may need to turn down the YouTube video. Are you watching the YouTube video? That may be what's distracting you. There's a time delay.
All right. Yeah, you don't actually have the live stream up, do you, Bob?
I think he's hearing. I think it's the same thing as with Eli, where he's listening to the YouTube video, the live stream, and can't figure out why he's not talking to us then.
Maybe.
I think that's what it is. Yeah, they always say on talk radio, when callers call in, the producer or the call screener always. That's why they always say, turn down your radio before you go on the air. Yeah, just like that. Guys now. Yeah. Okay, now I hear the sound of a phone that hasn't been hung up. How ironic. Anyway, so are you good, Bob? Please tell me you're good.
God damn it.
What is this? What is this fresh hell?
This is hell world.
Yeah.
But this, what's his name? Jesse Lee Peterson's way better. I'd rather watch that dude talk any day rather than this Michael Dyson guy.
Who?
The Mike Dyson guy, I think was his name. He was on the screen a second ago. But it looks like Bob might be with us now, potentially. Yeah, let's see.
Hey, Bob.
Bob, are you there?
Do you think I should do, because I can get the phone signal good, you think I should do hold it up to the mic, or will that not work?
No, absolutely not.
That'll sound terrible.
Yeah.
It sounds like a wave file, man. You don't want to go back to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess we're I don't know what's going on with him. I guess.
I mean, so you were actually able to talk to him, Ben?
Connection.
To who?
I mean, not Ben. Zach, you were able to talk to him?
On the phone, yeah.
And he didn't have the channel live stream up, right? He was just going in directly to the
I'm not sure. Right? I'm pretty sure I did hear it in the background.
Yeah, because he needs to make sure that that's not on at all, right? Like he needs to shut down his browser and just go to the link and not worry about what's going on the live stream,
Let me call him back real quick now.
Yeah, because I think that's probably the mistake he's making.
Yeah. But yeah, Jesse Lee Peterson sucks.
Oh, no, he doesn't. No, that guy's fantastic. That Dyson guy, what is his name? Something Michael Dyson or Michael Eric?
I don't even know Michael Dyson, but Jesse Lee Peterson. He doesn't suck. Like the fact that he's retarded, he's has no charisma.
Oh no, he's got anti-charisma, which is
he is a black hole of charisma. Like when you listen to him, it feels like your soul is being sucked out.
I know that's part of his charm, in my opinion.
that is not charm. I'd rather listen to Noam Chomsky on Downers.
No, I mean, dude is great. He's so good. That guy is so good. He's got it all. You're just jealous, man.
He's just like a means that conservatives can like put up as like, see, we have a developmentally deficient black man who believes in our bullshit.
What's wrong with that, though? Right? I mean, really, what's wrong with that? I mean, it shows that they have a high level of tolerance, right? I mean, a disabled guy that happens to be black, right? I mean, that has his own show. I mean, that's an awesome success story, right?
Right. I mean, it's just like how the Democrats the front runner is a guy with holes in his fucking brain.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's That's an awesome success story as well, right?
it's a success for the developmentally deficient.
Well, yeah. I mean, did you see the latest couple ones that he's the couple videos? With
the virtual town hall where he's just like
wanders off the screen,
off the side, and they cut the video.
yeah, that was something else.
Did you guys see the latest thing where Biden told the guy to shut the hell up? Did he call him a piece of shit, or did I imagine?
No, he called him a horse's ass.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's better?
Yeah, it's just, and then he's like one of his female aides is just like trying to like get him to be quiet so he doesn't make a fool of himself, and he's just like shh 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 to her.
Yeah, he hushes her up. Yeah,
it's just like, oh yeah, but Bernie has a problem with women. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I don't see how much longer they can really. And there's another video where he was like, it seemed like they weren't even asking him anything about really Trump and Sanders, but he says, it's weird that.
Wait a minute.
Bob?
I think we heard a Bob.
I heard him. Okay.
It's like he comes on, it works for like 1 second and it stops.
No, we can. Where's he even at?
Go ahead, Bob. Confirm you can hear us.
I can hear you.
Oh, finally.
All right. So welcome to the show.
Hey, is Bob coming through?
We hear him, yeah. Is he hearing us? That's what
he is.
You can,
okay.
I think. Hear me. Okay.
So
what's up, people?
So welcome to the show, Bob. Hey, how do I approach this?
Bob, if you can hear us, say I should have done my doo-doo ass. Okay. Okay, he's easier. He can hear us.
Yeah. Gotta clean that up first.
Hey, so Bob, I know that you probably in all likelihood don't know who I am, and I'm vaguely aware of who you are. Did we ever have beef? Did you ever contribute? I seem to remember you contributing to a Max Booth Facebook thread, but I didn't read it. I was just going down through there and seeing all the names at the time. This would have been shortly after I said that Tiffany's scandal needed to be muzzled.
I may have.
Okay. How do you feel now that you're on my show? Though?
I mean, that does sound vaguely familiar.
How do you feel about being on?
I don't feel
my
any
show
different.
now?
I mean, I don't feel like women should be. What's that?
Oh no, nothing. All you heard was silence from me. But
you can't hear silence.
I would say not all women deserve to be muzzled. But no,
just like 90%.
Fair enough.
So,
well, you're not. I mean, I'm not going to apologize for not agreeing with you.
That's fine. I'm not going to apologize for saying she needed to be muzzled. I did apologize for peeing on her book. That was but I'm not going to apologize for saying she needed to be muzzled. She's a big girl; she can handle that. But so your editor at Silent Motorist, you've published with Bizarro Pulp Press, Battering the Stem, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And what are you working on right now? Anything in the works?
A bunch of stuff in the works. Yeah, I'm working on some screen work, working on a couple of novellas, just wrapping up sometime this year, hopefully. I want to call it a short period, and just trying to complete something. Seems to get hard the longer you're doing this shit. I've been a freelance right little.
You keep cutting out.
Okay, I'm back. Were y'all saying something about me?
No.
Oh, okay. Wait, what's going on now?
I don't know. I hear someone in the background.
Oh, that's my girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
Is she yelling at you again?
No.
I think Bob is having some technical difficulties.
I'm sorry, Bob. we want to chat with you, but something's interfering. Maybe it's
maybe it's the devil.
Maybe it's a fever dream.
Dude, I was about to say it.
Maybe this is all a fever dream, and we all have the coronavirus.
I can hear. I can hear.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hear me?
Okay, go ahead. Yes,
We can hear you now.
I think you do need to turn your volume of the mic up somehow because it's very low.
Yeah.
It's good enough.
Okay, so go on. What you were saying?
Yeah. What's this long walk off a short pier project? Is that a novel or is that something else?
No, it's actually long walks off short piers. It's short novellas, little collection.
Okay, it's like a collection.
Miserable.
It's a collection of
There's not
miserable
really,
fiction.
I mean, I don't have much to. Miserable fiction, basically. Yeah, fatalist.
Okay. And how far along are you in that process as far as putting that together?
Well, I mean, the bulk of it's done.
You just doing the editing piece, polishing it up
for a couple of weeks. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
In
And
your
these no-
time with,
And I believe I mentioned working on.
Yeah, you're kind of dropping in and out, like unfortunately. So,
Okay.
What was that you said? Now you were working on what?
You know, everybody thinks they're right.
I don't think I'm right. I know I'm right.
I was telling Zach I was also.
And we keep losing you. You just keep
You were telling
dropping
me
out.
what? Hey, Bob, can you get on your Wi-Fi on your smartphone?
In a culture that's
Bob, can you hear us?
I heard something about a culture.
Yeah, we live in a culture.
I'm gonna give it about maybe 10 more minutes and see if we can pin this down. But
It's better than it was.
I may have to move on like we did with Eli. I don't want to do that.
Yeah,
but
maybe if his phone was hooked up to Wi-Fi or something, maybe he'd have a more solid connection. I think. I don't know.
let's let him try that and see what happens.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if you have a laptop that's actually wired or anything like that.
Yeah, it looks like he's having a connectivity issue right now.
Yeah, I'll call him real quick.
Yeah, give him a call. Give him a pep talk too.
Tell him if we need to reschedule while he gets his gear in order or whatever it is, or the connection it needs to improve with time. That's fine. I'll keep the door open, but because much can't go on with much more of this, because the show will lose steam.
Yeah. So Ben, when's your next book coming out?
I'm probably going to be self-publishing a poetry book sometime in the summer.
Well, nobody wants to hear about that because this is an anti-poetry show, right, Jeremy?
That's right.
And my answer is fuck you. I'm burning this down and I'm bringing poetry to everybody.
Oh yeah, well, Flower Boy, that's all poetry is it's either the flowers shine with radiance, or Charles Bukowski, I'm too drunk to stand up, let me rape this woman.
Which end of the spectrum are you on, Ben?
From somewhere between. It's like I'm the Baudelaire mode. It's just like I'm going to beat this woman to death with a beer bottle and then plant flowers in her corpse.
I'm on the second side, but no, mine is the beer.
You don't drink. You don't drink beer, Jeremy?
No, I really don't drink, but
oh, that's why you're so fucking miserable.
Pharmaceuticals fill that void quite well. I don't even.
Okay, he's about to come back in.
Opioids are way better than alcohol. to me.
I don't. I try to avoid like recreational pharmaceuticals because I once made the mistake of doing Klonopin after I'd been drinking all day.
Well, it's not recreational for me; it's therapeutic. You know.
Yeah, it is.
You know, I know you believe me.
But here's a pro tip: don't do Klonopin after you've been drinking all day. It's not a good idea.
I would never do it.
Yeah, don't mix any benzos with alcohol. But now to see me walk, you know, I've got a bad left knee and a bad right ankle from I sprained my right ankle, and then that bad fall I took in January, you know, where it was swelled up with fluid for like
the birdseed incident
for like 2 months, you know, and but I mean I hobble now, you know, if I'm up on my feet too long. So
looks like Bob may
Hey,
be
Bob.
back.
Hey Bob, are we in business, buddy? Okay.
Okay, you're good.
Say
Okay.
anything, man. Say what's truest to your heart.
What's
Hey, maybe it's
truest
working
to my
now.
heart? Anal's good.
That's the way to a woman's heart.
Catching or pitching?
Yeah.
No, I
give
want
it.
to know.
Wait, what are you
Yeah.
asking that for? You gay?
He brought it up. No, I'm trying to understand.
He was just trying to make conversation.
Okay. So everybody can hear well now.
Yeah, it's
I
a little
think
better.
it's much better. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so now you're aware how homophobic and misogynist we are.
Speak for yourself. I'm
What was that?
an individual.
What were you saying about culture? What was that sentence?
I'm working on a novel called Busybodies. It's about a kind of a gated community and the people who on kind of react towards basically preconceived notions and all of their own, the bullshit they claim to represent, but fail to represent around every corner, and basically how everybody's pretty full of shit nowadays.
Mhm.
If they always, I mean, that's like kind of the nature of the thing.
I think it's just amplified.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amplification tools now, right? Yeah, I mean, that's my opinion on it. At least everybody has been full of shit forever, but now everybody can express it very easily on the internet.
Especially Gregor.
Especially Gregor, yes. He is one dumb son of a bitch.
I want to revive this little debate that you were having with Zach last year about the horror genre being experiencing a resurgence, whereas Zach
I wouldn't call that a debate. That was just a series of articles.
a disagreement. Though it was a series of disagreements, right?
Yeah.
Where Zach aired on the side that horror movies were essentially dead, and I don't remember if he said it was due to political correctness or not, but you came in and said that it was healthy as ever because of movies like Mandy. But Mandy wasn't exactly mainstream. It was directed by the guy who directed Beyond the Black Rainbow. So I don't know if I could count Mandy as part of a horror resurgence. What do you say to that?
What do I say to that?
Sure.
I don't think horror ever went away. I just think it existed on the margins, and even in mainstream culture, it was just they called it thrillers, because that was just a more commercial way of selling a product that nobody outside of the horror circle would really be willing to digest if it wasn't in a different wrapper.
So, are we talking books or movies, though? Because
I think
this more pertains to movies. You can see it mirrored.
Because
in
generally,
books.
you don't have a thriller movie. Thriller. I could see that thrillers and fiction have a horror in them, right? But not in
I would
film.
say it's both because in the 80s, the mass market paperback was booming right along with the slasher movies, and they both kind of died off. I mean, there's definitely a parallel each has its own kind of manifestation in popular culture. But the conversation definitely pertained more to movies. But I did.
So let's keep it to movies, right? So, I mean, I don't think that thrillers are a repackaging in film of horror films for the mass consumption, though, right? I mean, I wouldn't think that would be the case.
They are in books, and if you use something like,
Kuntz would be a perfect example, right, for that, right, in fiction, but in film, I mean,
maybe. See, Kuntz is kind of like a middle ground. I don't really even consider him his newer stuff horror, but
is somebody peeing?
Yeah, I think so.
Water sports in here. He's peeing on us. He's saying this is revenge.
Yeah,
no,
fiction.
No, I pissed on Tiffany Scandal's book, and now he's pissing on my show. That's what it is. Literally, pissing on my show.
I piss on you all from a considerable height.
Is that what that was?
This is trickle down.
Yeah, Bob was peeing.
Oh, good. Now I have something to masturbate to later.
Finally,
Zak's hair.
I don't think. I mean, to circle back around to the, to pre-secretion. Wouldn't all of you consider something like Silence of the Lambs a horror movie?
I would, however, and this is the point that I made in the articles, movies like that are definitely horror, even if they're packaged as thriller, aren't as common, and each one kind of serves the purpose of being that horror movie of that particular year or era. So you can't really say that's a resurgence, more of just, that was my argument, it's the token thing. It's not a massive.
Oh no, I agree. Yeah, I don't think there's any resurgence going on whatsoever. I think every couple of years something does well, and so the gatekeepers want to come in and call it a renaissance or a resurgence, and I think that's just bullshit.
That was my argument.
Well, you made it poorly, sir.
Well,
that's why you're the editor. You're his editor, right?
Yeah, I'm not very rarely anymore. I haven't seen anything.
Yeah, I've kind of had a big spiel about reviews in general and not really being on board with writing them because various reasons. I won't go back into the spiel because it takes forever.
Yeah, and the book I'm reading for review is a William Vollman book, and if you know anything about him, his books are 600 pages at minimum, so it's going to take a while for me to read it.
That takes discipline.
So I just bought this Battering the Stem book today. What can I expect? It takes place. Someone's taken a group of fast food employees are taken hostage. Is that right? Or soul food?
Not really hostage. He's just kind of quietly menacing them, kind of on the periphery. Mm-hmm. And they're letting him and the nature of New York City laws kind of get to them to the point where they kind of resort to violence, and a lot of their skeletons come out of the closet.
So it takes place at a fast food restaurant, or a lot of it does?
It's Clavon's. Oh shit! It's been years.
It's kind of like a Bojangles.
Clavon's King Prawn Chicken and Biscuit,
which
is very close to a place actually that actually exists on Utica Avenue in Brooklyn.
So does anybody leave like erotica, like strange erotica in envelopes in the parking lot for the employees to find?
No, but the store manager has some pornography of his own in his desk drawer of the most unsavory, kind of variety you could ask for.
Uh-oh.
Is there a worker that has a busted up knee and a busted up ankle?
There's a couple of employees that end up on their knees.
Oh, nice.
He's making a lot of in jokes you're not going to get because they pertain to
is there a guy
of this show?
Yeah, is there a guy named Jeremy Maddox who always rants about duplicitous femoids?
Very subtle, yes.
So that sounds like a pretty good. So it's a guy menacing fast food workers on the periphery and just trying to drive them insane. Is that part of the motivation?
Well, he's got, yeah, that's definitely part of it. He's a grade A sociopath.
Gaslighting.
So he definitely gets a sick thrill out of kind of setting them off and watching them turn on each other.
Sounds similar to the Stephen King book that's out of print, Rage.
No, it doesn't sound like that at all. I mean, what's the connection? I'd like to hear what your connections
are. Article, but I'll stick up for Battering the Stem. It's a pretty good horror novel.
What's the connections there, Ben? I'd like to. What are your parallels that you're drawing there?
You haven't? Have you read Rage?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, yeah, you're right. There's no connection. I'm a fucking idiot.
I was gonna say. I mean, it didn't seem like there was any connection whatsoever. Then what's this here, man? This is looking like something that maybe we had on a few episodes back. Celebrity terrorist sex bomb.
It's another one.
Yeah. I think you like
explicit. That's a big regret of mine, publishing that one. If only because of the fact that it was written under the influence of a lot of drugs and didn't really have a chance to really do a strong edit before it went to press.
Speaking of edits, Ben or Bob, there's one question I can't believe I've not asked you it before, given how much we've talked. But I remember you gave me a blurb for Soothing the Savage Swamp Beast because we all have the same publisher, and the blurb didn't end up on the book. I never really understood that.
You probably retracted it. You retracted it. Right,
I don't
Bob?
know. I don't know nothing about it.
So he said he didn't even give you a blurb.
I gave you a couple of different blurbs to work with, didn't I?
You get me one, and it had like a lot of stuff in it, and for some reason, I don't know why it didn't end up in the book.
So you did not retract it, Bob. You did not.
I do not retract anything I say about Zach.
Okay, good. So this book that you feel that you wish you would have edited, a little bit more prior to publication. What is it? Celebrity Terrorist Sex Bomb? Is that what it was?
Right. Yeah.
So is that self-published or is that through a publisher? What's
that's through Bizarro Pulp Press, the imprint by Journal Stone. Yeah.
Okay, so you can't just retract it yourself because somebody else is published.
Right. Yeah, like maybe down the road if they want to. I doubt they would, but if they wanted to ever reissue it or something, I don't even know that I would want to revisit it at this point in my life. But it was a real bitch to write it because it really took a lot out of me as far as studying, researching, and drawing correlations between real world events from the past and stuff. That aspect of it, I think, is strong.
Right.
But as a narrative, I think it could have been clearer. I think it could have had a clearer ending, and just would have benefited from a better editor.
So when the rights revert back to you, you're not going to re-release it like on a revised version.
I doubt it, really. Yeah. And there's no. Oh, and to answer, was that who edited it?
Yeah.
It was Vincenzo, and he was awesome. It's not. I don't. He's a bad editor. I'm just saying. I think it really needed a fresh pair of eyes at a certain point because he had quite a while by the time he sent me his edit, and by that point I just kind of scanned it.
Agreed, that would have been kind of the time he was kind of falling out with Journal Stone, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
was that slightly before?
Probably slightly before, probably within 6 months of that.
Okay. Yeah.
So folks
I don't regret.
So folks, what would you? Of the two that we looked at here, you would recommend the first one of the two for humans to read?
Absolutely, definitely.
Okay.
It's got its cringeworthy moments as well, but it's definitely something I stand by more, just as a whole. But I'm really I really wish more people would check out the network people from Psychedelic Horror Press, because that book hasn't gotten a lot of attention, really.
It's called the Network People.
Yeah,
Is that right?
It's a little illustrated triptych. Nicholas Patino did the illustrations, just these fantastic illustrations. This whole big compilation of a book that he put together out of these 3 short stories, and they're all kind of interconnected. So it makes for like kind of a overarching narrative, but still, they can each be read independent of one another.
You can only buy it on Psychedelic Horror Press's store indie page, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it was intended to be a limited edition, and I just told him, why don't you just keep it in the store?
Is this one of those little chat books?
In perpetuity, super time.
Is this one of those little chat books type deals?
It looks like it's 100 pages. So
yeah, I have a copy of it, or a reading copy. It's like 100 pages, it's like a novella.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a chat book.
Basically.
Yeah, it's like a novella. Looks like novella length at least.
Because Jordan,
right? Yeah, and it's not like it's not pamphlet literature the way a lot of chat books are. It's more, it's got a jacket and it's just some fantastic illustrations and stuff. So I think the publisher did a really good job of packaging the whole thing.
But it's not easily attainable. Is that correct?
Well, it's accessible if people seek it out, I guess, which is kind of where I failed, I guess. I didn't, I didn't aggressively market it or anything.
Don't you hate when people try to hammer it into new authors that you should be creating your own brand? I do not believe in that at all.
I don't, because we're all going to be dead anyway. So why not let people come to it the way that we came to all our favorite dead authors?
Right, we stumbled into them. We stumbled onto them, and I believe in authenticity over branding. So and I just hate this whole thing where I realize the need for elevator pitches to grab someone's attention, who's in the publishing biz, but I think elevator pitches kind of, trap a newer author. Older ones, more experienced and seasoned authors, they can probably do pitches and pull them off better. The younger ones, they're probably not at a point where they should be pitching, their stories unless they've already been written, right? Would you agree with that?
I think, I would agree with that. I think a big problem with the small presses is that they're kind of taking this tactic that was traditionally used in the film industry and applying it to the realm of literature, and I don't see how you can really do that and expect to benefit from it. Like, the book trailer thing, I understand it could be a cool, visual introduction to somebody's work, but you can't really sell a book the same way you could sell a movie.
Yeah, Ben.
Yeah, Ben.
I did not come here to be bullied.
I don't even know what he meant by that. I was just getting up on it.
Ben has all kinds of book trailers.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. I cut together book trailers for most of the books that I've done.
Yeah, we need to shame him for it.
I've never seen one, so you did.
I cannot be shamed. I have none.
Oh, you can be shamed.
No, I cannot.
You can.
I cannot.
Do you have a YouTube channel where these book trailers are living?
No, I put them all on a BitChute, and all the recommendations are like Nazi videos for some reason.
Because it's BitChute. That's why, But
shame on you, Ben.
But so you know what? Let's talk about Mandy, because you did speak out in favor of that as an example of horror being healthy. And Mandy was an awesome film. I don't feel that it had any mainstream appeal other than being at a Redbox, on every corner. But what do you think was going on? Do you think that the last half was just one big acid trip, or do you think that he actually let a tiger loose and went on this journey to a ruined church where the guy begged for his life and offered to blow him, and he killed him. Was it an acid trip, or did it happen literally? What do you think? Because you remember, he does imbibe. He does put acid on his tongue when he penetrates their headquarters or whatever, and meets the weird biker mutant.
Who are you asking the question of?
Bob.
Hey there, Bob.
I agree, Bob. Thank you.
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah.
I have yet to see Mandy. Is that what you're talking about? Mandy, you guys were cutting in.
Hey, Jeremy, you might be thinking of. I'm pretty sure what you're thinking of. The article was a co-author thing between Bob Freville and what's his name, Justin Burnett.
So who corrected you? Quote unquote, corrected you and said that horror was healthy as ever and listed Mandy and one or two other titles as an example. Was that Bob or was that Justin?
Probably Justin.
Okay. I just don't know why that needed an editorial. Why that couldn't have just remained as your article. Why did there need to be an editorial response to something like that? I mean,
I can't remember. That was forever ago.
It's a subjective thing anyway, whether horror is healthy or on the decline, right? Isn't it? I mean, unless you look at box office numbers.
I mean, if you look at the box office numbers, I mean, it's probably especially if you look at the profitability of like the Blumhouse films, right? I mean, there's certainly
Blumhouse is a special case. They're like the only case, really, aside from whoever puts out like the Conjuring things. But I don't even call them movies; they're things. But yeah, I hate Blumhouse too. Other than the Halloween movies.
Yeah, I haven't. I mean, I think I've seen. I don't know. I mean, I don't think I've seen any Blumhouse films. I don't think
I've seen several. I will stick up for the Halloween remake, but that's it. Everything else has been horrible, and they're very, very hard hitting when it comes to the PC SJW verbiage. Like Jason Blum had a poem written about why it's awesome to be an elitist. I mean, if that doesn't tell you what Blumhouse is, then
yeah, I've not seen that poem. I don't think I've seen any of his film or the Blumhouse films either. I don't think. Yeah, and I haven't seen any of the Conjuring films. I've never seen a Saw film. Is that Blumhouse Saw stuff?
No.
Okay.
It's Lionsgate.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
So tell us about your recent drama, Bob, that you kind of reached out to me about.
Well, I posted a thing on Facebook just urging people to kind of, not unfriend people left and right just over, minor differences of opinion. I imagine that's Jeremy.
No,
it's
okay.
No, Zachary has coronavirus. We're holding his funeral next week.
Anyway, yeah, go ahead, Bob. We shouldn't be unfriending people.
Well, I said, please stop unfriending everybody because essentially, if you keep doing it on the basis that, a person has a different opinion than yours, that you're just going to live in this tiny little echo chamber. Eventually, you might as well just be standing in a room talking to yourself like a maniac. And
like me.
The sheer volume of responses was laughable in and of itself, but just the way that people grafted all of their own issues onto the post, because the post made no mention of racism, it made no mention of any kind of particular issue of any kind. There was no politics to it.
So essentially,
And
people
yet
latched
everybody
onto
jumped
it and
on it.
said, "I unfriend people because I'm against this topic, this topic, this topic." It went on for 70 comments.
Something like
they're
that, yeah.
basically just using you as an excuse to virtue signal.
Right. So I must be. At one point, they told me I was a pedophile because I acknowledged that I had grown up on Woody Allen's movies and still enjoyed his movies.
That's fucking bullshit.
I mean, how dare you, Bob? How dare you? That's terrible. I mean, you should telling people that they should try to not unfriend people, and just maybe hear folks out, and then liking movies made by a particular person who's never been convicted of a crime. That seems pretty crazy, you know. Like,
he's a crazy man.
You sound like a crazy person, really. I mean, if I would have seen that post, I would have snoozed you for 30 days, Bob. I mean, that sounds nuts.
Whatever, people minding their own business, you know. That's
it seems funny to me that that we can't separate art from the artists that make it anymore.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I can see that. Yeah. I mean, I don't see why, and I also don't see why, you know, like why we have these people policing other people's friendships on social media, right? Like, if you guys are still friends with this guy in 24 hours, I'm unfriending anybody who hasn't unfriended this person in 24 hours. That kind of stuff. That was popular there for a little bit.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something else right there. So, did you lose a lot of friends about over that, Bob?
Yeah.
You did.
Did I what?
You lose a lot of friends over that, as far as Facebook friends.
Oh, I haven't even looked, man. I'm sure I did. I'm sure I'm losing the likes and the follows and all that, you know. But,
Well, who cares? That
it's not worth looking, right? Yeah.
It's the fucking vampire castle. We don't fucking need to feed into that.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, but that's pretty interesting that everybody came. Glommed onto that and used it as an excuse to virtue signal and attack you and project whatever it is that they thought you were coming from, right? You know what I mean? It was like,
I could understand if I said something, incendiary about a specific issue that they felt strongly about. That would be one thing, but it was what I thought was a pretty innocuous comment,
Right.
Now, did you get any people respond to it that you were like legitimately surprised about? Like, you thought like, this person's not gonna we're friends, but then all of a sudden they're using your post to A, attack you, and B, prop themselves up. Did that happen any with like special cases?
Absolutely. Really? Yeah, definitely. And I won't, I'm not gonna name names. I don't, feel the need. I basically feel like if I was to name names, it would, I'd be doing the same kind of shit they're doing, just slinging mud and, making a case where there doesn't need to really be one. But it definitely makes you kind of reevaluate. It definitely makes you reevaluate, like Jeremy was saying before, like this culture where everyone, impresses upon you the need as a writer to, to foster these friendships and to use social media to, to brand yourself.
Yeah, see, that's so weird because writers at their core aren't supposed to be these social butterflies. Not that they can't be. I believe writers should be, in a way, a part of their community because they're a direct result of the culture that they came up in. But as far as networking with other writers, that's where the line gets drawn. Writers need to be part of their actual communities, not these fake communities who just want to, pump each other's careers, which, typically doesn't mean anything because no one makes money at this. But there has to be that distinction. Writer community, not real. Real community, real.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, though, is, they can pretend all they want, but fucking Facebook's never going to be the Algonquin Roundtable, and if it was, they would have thicker skin and people, would be able to take a joke.
Right.
Yeah, and you wouldn't see the same lame, and again, I hate to be the dude that goes off against virtue signaling, but it seems like that's the direct result when you're having to exist in a community of writers instead of real people. You're going to be doing everything to please the writers, and everyone kind of becomes a writer's writer.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of writers trying to impress other writers and networking with other writers, and not a whole lot of doing what you need to do to attract readers.
Yeah, but that's a sad thing. It seems like they believe, and it may be true, I hope it's not, that the vast majority of readers are also wannabe writers.
I mean, I don't know that that's true. I mean, I think a lot of people just like to read for pleasure, and they don't want to be writers. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the numbers are on that.
But do they read small press fiction? Are the people who read solely for pleasure gonna search the internet for small presses and find cool books, or are they gonna go out to Barnes and Noble?
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea really. I mean, as far as the question of are most voracious readers also closet wannabe writers, I don't know. I don't know what I guess you'd have to do a survey to find out. I can't even guess if that is true, you know?
Well, I think you can really get a good number if you look at, say, Eraserhead or any of the other big small presses. The books sell in the numbers, from what I've been told, that, you know, it kind of correlates directly to the community. It's only people in this kind of cult of small press fiction who buy these books.
Yeah.
Aside from the few breakouts, like, you know, that because they have some kind of catchy high concept title, so, you know, on gag appeal.
Right. Yeah.
You still there, Bob?
Yeah, no, I'm just, you know, I'm actually thinking about what you were saying. Well, what we were both discussing the other day, Zach, about how like it's really this kind of assembly line, kind of like assembly line literature, if you want to call it literature. It's, you know, where it just exists solely for the purpose of filling pages in between a really, you know, fancy cover.
Yeah, cool Matthew Revert cover.
They do go to him a lot, yeah. They do use him a lot, yeah.
So what are you speaking about specifically as far as this assembly line? Like, what's an example of an assembly line novel?
Like Zach was saying, you know, as far as like Eraserhead Press, I mean, I'm not, you know, I don't have anything against them. I don't have anything against anybody in that, you know, who's been published by them or anything like that. But it definitely does seem to me, from having purchased a number of their titles, that, you know, the writing is poor, the structure is poor, the narrative framework is practically non-existent, and it kind of just functions as like this series of vignettes of just people trying to out weird each other,
right,
or out weird even their own book jacket.
Okay.
And that just makes it makes me question, like, why did you become a writer in the first place? Like, is this really what you were just dying to fucking sit down and put pen to paper for, you know?
Some of them admit that they were kind of persuaded by their friends to write a book for Eraser.
Yeah.
So the way I put it is, okay, let's see how quick we can come up with 20,000 words, because I've already got this cool idea for a cover that Matthew Revert will do. Nothing against Matthew Revert, but I think y'all understand the mindset that I'm hearkening at.
It was.
See, I haven't hardly read any Eraserhead titles, or might have only read one or two, so I don't know what it is that they're putting out as far as quality or whatever. So in general, so
Eraserhead.
Why is Frank in the live chat saying "Wow"?
What's that?
Down to peak. Who's wow? Frank is saying wow. Frank, why are you wowed? What's wow?
You sent him the link.
Does he want the link?
He said wow.
I'll just put it right there in the chat so anybody.
Be right back. Now I'm going to piss on this show.
That was me.
I know. I thought that was Bob that pissed on the show. And now he's pissing on Eraserhead, and now Mr. Frank's going to join, and he's going to piss all over Mr. Frank.
We don't know that.
And then Ben's going to get drunk and start yelling at everybody.
Get Nathan Thompson in here.
Frank probably just wants to watch from afar, you know, the dumpster fire, and that's fine. But he's always welcome. But Eraserhead hit their peak a while ago, probably while I was still trying to hype them up on my last show. I think that maybe they had already hit their peak, and they were bound to keep going down, you know, like kind of declining.
Oh,
Most of
Bob's
those
gone.
people-
Oh, we lost Bob.
I'm
No.
sure that wasn't on purpose.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
anyway,
he sounded like he was getting into it.
yeah.
But
Yeah, it was going pretty good.
I
there
don't
for-
think I said
Uh,
anything that would have prompted him to leave. So
No,
Yeah.
no.
what, Ben?
Maybe Gregor
I was-
did, but that's just what Gregor does to people.
I was just gonna say, I think the last Eraserhead book I read was "Cherry Blossom Eyes" by Shane Cartledge, and I thought that was
He's
yeah, I thought that one was pretty good.
Yeah, doesn't he do like a lot of science fiction world building type things?
I think so. I want to say his last book was
The Orphanarium.
Orphanarium. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
He's the Australian
did.
dude, right?
I didn't know Shane Cartledge was Australian.
He is. I was actually going to publish Orphanarium or an early version of it for the second Surreal Grotesque anthology, but then I realized I wasn't actually a good editor. I was just kind of bluffing my way through it, and
That's what they all do.
I knew that Garrett was going to assemble his army of pitchforks and other people like him, to come after me if I didn't do something. Because Daniel Gonzalez of who started Surreal Grotesque, he wasn't doing shit, and then he was getting on me for not, getting editing stories done, and it's like suddenly it fell on me because he purchased a cover or something, and it's like he didn't want to do any work on the second one himself. It's like, talk about just flaking out of your own project, man. And the same guy that fell asleep during shows, where the guest could hear him snoring. And,
Wait, who's this again?
Daniel Gonzalez. And then we meet up and talk again online. A while after he's improved his physical health and everything, and it's like this nice nostalgic meeting or whatever, and we're getting along, and then he finds out I voted for Trump, and once again it's like, you're fucking insane, and he's the same guy who had people turning on him in order to cozy up to people in Portland, and they abandoned him and said they didn't want his stink on them, because they wanted to be published by a real publisher, something to that effect. So he knew what it was like to be abandoned, and he still went ahead and just shat on me, after saying that I was an asset, for picking up the ball when he gave it to me as an editor. But anyway, the point is, wow,
Jeremy the asset.
I didn't mean to go that far into it, but the point is, I was going to publish an original version of the Orphanarium, and I told Shane, you need to expand this. I think I told him that. I told him, this is amazing. You need to take this somewhere else that can do it justice. If I didn't tell him to expand it, I at least told him to take it somewhere that could do it justice. So, and he did.
So is Fungasm a imprint of Eraserhead?
Yeah.
That's the John Skip led Eraserhead imprint.
They published
Okay, I've read at least
Christian, Laura Barr, and Violet Lavoie, or Lavoie, I can't remember.
I think they've
I've
published
read at least one book that's published by Fungasm, I guess. Yeah.
I think they published Dangerous Slater too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the only thing I've read. I think that was somehow affiliated with Eraserhead. I think it was the Puppet Skin or Puppet Skin, I think is what it's called.
A certain someone, I don't know if I should say their name or not, but went off on a rant on Facebook saying that John Skip has sex with all the people he publishes.
I wouldn't be surprised. He definitely gives off a casting couch vibe to me, but he was an awesome person to meet. I'm not, I'm sure that he has to champion the cause of Me Too to protect himself, because all those girls probably have dirt on him because of that. I wouldn't be shocked, but
you didn't have sex with him.
You know what? At least he kept the fireplace going at the Edgefield. So,
but you didn't have sex.
When
with
did
him.
this happen? Is this like recent, Ben?
It's I'll just say it was Gary Brown who went off on that rant recently, like a couple weeks ago.
And he was also the guy who's been basically
that's what
speared by allegations. He's been impaled on allegations.
Yeah, that's why I'm not
Gary
sure.
Brown has.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's the whole.
That's why I'm not sure if I should really how much stock I should put into it, because it's fairly clear that he's an entire salt mine.
You know what? He
Which,
has a right to be mad about some things, though. You know, they.
On one hand, yeah. On the other, like he was like going off on rants accusing like pretty much every major Bizarro author of advocating violence against new Bizarro authors. It was kind of a weird rant, honestly.
Yeah, that's a bit strange. Yeah.
Okay, Bob just texted me, and he said, "Okay, his phone died, so he's charging it. So, but he'd be happy to come back for a full show when he has more time. So I guess that's
Okay.
it for
Okay.
well, thank you, Bob.
Tell him I
Thanks, Bob.
understand, and thanks. And
Yeah, thanks.
I don't know if he lost interest, if that's the truth, or the phone thing is the truth. But
Well, it seemed to be a rough.
Just take him at face value, Jeremy. Come
well,
on.
you know what? It's funny because most of the people who come on here, they leave with a bitter taste in their mouth.
Not most of the people. I mean,
Jennifer did.
not really.
William-
When
I don't
she
think she
posted the
did.
interview, no,
Probably
she was
that-
very happy about it when she posted the link to it.
William
Ramsey
Ramsey
definitely
Fred.
did. Yeah.
Well, I just think he just thinks everybody is like fucking, beneath him.
And you could tell it in his tone, couldn't you? And
Yeah.
Gregor told me that Laffy Pants wasn't even, fully. He said the same thing. I'd love to come back for a full show with pictures and videos of my, same thing that Bob just said. I'd love to come back for a full show. Yeah.
But Laffy didn't like us either.
No, he did make a comment like, "Hey guys, if you want to ask me more questions about clowns," or it got the impression that we swerved off the clown conversation more than he would have liked. I mean, he said this on the air. It wasn't like something he contacted me independently about.
Well, I brought up Joker. I brought up the Jerry Lewis clown movie after World War II. I brought up the clown phenomenon, clown world with Pepe.
I mean, you might want to write him a hate message or something like that. Maybe just write him a hate mail or something.
I brought up clowns, and as far as I know, nothing but.
I'm guessing you wanted to. I think you wanted to talk more like about clowning techniques and such, but
we were getting to that, but he bowed out before. See, you got to.
Well, he was in LA.
bowling, man.
He was in LA. It was like 3 a.m. when they were done.
Yeah. Okay.
No, it wasn't. It was like
no, I'm exaggerating.
in the afternoon. It was in the afternoon. He had to go to a bowling tournament. He's 3 hours
no, wait.
behind.
LA is like behind us. I was thinking,
Yeah.
no, it's New York that's ahead of us. I'm stupid.
So yeah, he was.
Why doesn't anyone listen to me?
Mid-afternoon.
Oh, I do. I'm listening. right now.
I mean, I think the flat earthers need to.
Yeah,
And it's not. Yeah.
Whatever.
It has nothing to do with volume.
Nobody listen to me, kids. Ben is a very bad role model who doesn't know anything. Frank, I didn't get a chance to listen to that, but you did repost the interview with Spike Marlowe from Surreal Sermons. I noticed that she hasn't come out with anything recently. That was kind of her first thing.
She only published Placenta of Love and maybe a chapbook with Michael Allen Rose, I think. She's in a lot of anthologies, but I don't think she ever published anything after Placenta of Love that was full length, and that's a shame. But, she was one of the people at BizarroCon that I really, really had a great time having her read my fortune through the tarot. That was awesome. And I still look back on that fondly. I don't think she's ever said a cross word about me, despite all this. I think I think we saw each other as, human beings. It was cool.
I actually went on her Facebook to see if she was working on anything. It's like there was a gap of her posting from 2016 to 2019 to just last month, I think.
Yeah.
So apparently she had a lot going on.
Seems like she's very secretive. Has to be, most likely because she has a profession that requires anonymity on the internet. If I were guessing, I think a lot of the older Bizarro authors have to kind of clutch their writing and their outside interests close to them.
I guess that explains why she's wearing a mask in all her pictures.
That's what I'm thinking. I think that's a good reason for that. Yeah,
y'all talking about
Yeah.
Spike Marlowe?
yeah. She was awesome.
So she's got some good stuff. I've not heard of Spike Marlowe.
She wrote Placenta of Love, and she contributed to a bunch of anthologies. And I know she's never written another Eraserhead full length. So,
Yeah,
But Placenta of Love is actually worth reading. Is that what you're saying?
it's fun. It's
Good.
not, it's not like going to blow the doors off the barn, like Skullcrack City by Jeremy Robert Johnson. That was a masterpiece. But Placenta of Love is a fun read for a brief afternoon.
Yeah,
Right, okay.
She was the editor who, if y'all remember that one show, I was talking about the book that I kept remaking, and the one that the original one got stolen by a faulty publisher. I had sent her that one for that was actually how I found out about Eraserhead, was because I wrote a weird novella and sent it, looked up weird fiction publishers and found them and sent it to her, and she kept it for a long time and said that she sort of accepted it, but then she ultimately had to decline it because it didn't have enough bizarro elements in it. But she said she considered asking me to put in more weird elements, but wound up deciding against that because it wouldn't be organic. Yeah, she was cool.
I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't work for Eraserhead anymore.
She doesn't.
I didn't even know she actually worked for them.
Well, she was an editor, yeah, and an author, but yeah, she edited for the New Bizarre Author series, I believe. Yeah, like he just said.
I mean, could probably another editor. That seems to be the problem with them. Cameron Pearson and Lazy Fascist is gone. I'm guessing that Rose is editing Deadite herself since Burke is gone. The only one
Tiffany took over that, didn't she?
Tiffany took over Deadite?
I thought she did.
That's weird. I can't picture her Tiffany runs a King Shot. She wouldn't have taken that over.
Okay, I thought that the Greek dude ran that.
No, I think he turned most of the control over to Tiffany.
Okay.
The Greek dude.
Michael Kazippis.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I'm not being malicious this time. I really didn't remember his name. I've really developed an appreciation for my own life and don't have to vicariously live through all these people anymore like I did a few years ago. So
now you just throw rocks at them from the street? Is that what you do?
Sure, whatever.
That's what it seems like, Jeremy. It seems like you're just throwing rocks at them all the time, buddy.
I can't remember the guy's name. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, that seems to be the problem. The only other editor I think they have right now is John Skip with Fungasm, and I think Rose probably is a little overwhelmed, which is why they've slowed down so much.
I really respect Rose even to this day, but she rolled over for Tiffany so hard last year. It hurt me to see her just plowed over by these younger women who will never be as hardworking or as, dignified as Rose. I've met Rose in person. She's an incredibly positive person, more than I ever will be. And, she just, I feel like sometimes I got the impression, just from the limited time I had with her, that she was, too mature for all these scene kids. It's like, and nobody would really, seemed like nobody really stepped up to match her work rate, her work ratio. I feel like at the end she was kind of mothering everyone, based on my own personal interpretation. And she needed someone to step up and take the burden off her a little bit, I think. Because everybody needs that.
It really does seem like the case that that they were with Bizarro Con. There was a bunch of unresolved things that were going on that boiled over with the whole Chandler Morrison thing, which resulted in Chandler Morrison getting unfairly railroaded. Yeah,
how can you run a publishing operation with just one scandal segueing into another like this. It's ridiculous. Act your age. Some of these people are in their 40s,
Yeah, like whether Gary Brown should have been ousted earlier or not is up for debate. The fact he was like in actual court for this is something that definitely should have been scrutinized.
That's damning information. Yeah, that's damning. Yes, and a lot of people probably wouldn't have known about it if Strange hadn't shined a spotlight on it. I know there was a web page set up, but who was going to that?
And there was apparently other incidents that where names haven't come out. So I guess it's that had been happening, and they didn't really like in the past step up to say, we are not going to tolerate this. If you do it, you're out, and it just boiled over.
Well, the problem is, if everybody's getting accused every 5 minutes,
Right. There really did seem to be a case of like favoritism, which is why Morrison and the one kid, whatever his name was, were publicly ousted, while
I met
Brown
that kid
and
too. I met
whoever
that
else was not.
That kid could not have been a predator.
What kid?
What Scott something or other that supposedly creeped out Constance, even though she had actual convention.
Like way back the original thing, right?
Yeah, that kid was not going to do anything to her. She could probably have kicked his ass, and I don't say that, to be mean, but she probably could have defended herself against him, but he wasn't going to do anything. The guy
that was an obvious bullshit one, Brian, those with Brian Keane having to say, I saw him, do this, but then he had to eat shit because, witnesses stepped up to say, no, he didn't. You're lying.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know if you guys have been following this shit with Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder, the fallout from that big fight. We talked about it a few weeks back where, Tyson Fury.
No, we don't watch fights, Jeremy.
Right.
I didn't watch that
Fury, let me guess, it's fake, but Tyson Fury.
No, that's not fake.
Yeah, I know.
There was blood licking, so.
Yeah, Tyson Fury licked the blood, and he said during the press conference, I want to taste his blood. Well, he did. And it looked like he was trying to stimulate a clit the way he licked his shoulder. It was disgusting.
And now he has coronavirus.
The way he was wagging his tongue. Well, no, but they're saying that there's evidence now that his fist was out of the glove. Some YouTuber named Young Pharaoh has gone on this tirade endlessly about it, and now it's starting to get picked up by all the gyms and different trainers and cut men and corner men, and they're all weighing in. Yes, he cheated. No, he didn't, and it's just fascinating. But here we go. We see an ex-trainer making light of the idea that there was a glove conspiracy. A guy who used to wear. Look at that right there. Supposedly that's damning proof because his fist would not curve like that.
Well, that would hurt if you landed your fist like that.
Yeah, if it was all the way in the glove, it would not curve like that, right?
Well, either he threw a pretty bad punch there, or it's like the camera, like it's catching right when, he catches the fist, or there is something going on there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're supposed to see something here. I guess it's the blood on the wrap there, or
yeah. Wait, if his fist wasn't in his glove, wouldn't that do more damage to his hand than to the?
Yeah,
that's why they started wearing gloves, so they
It looks like he's throwing a girly punch there by doing it, swinging it that way, doesn't it?
Or is it hitting him like his palm or something?
There's something weird about the way it lands on Deontay's temple there, you know? Okay, the tweeter here explains it. If you believe his hand is in that glove all the way, something's wrong with you. His knuckles are in the wrist part of the glove. Okay, so that explains that.
Wait, so he's just like slapping him with a loose glove? How's that supposed to help?
This is where people who are more aware of the technical side of boxing are more qualified to comment on this. The padded part of the glove hits his shoulder and bounces, so it's not supposed to bounce, I guess, if it were all the way in.
I assume that's against the rules, but I don't see how it would actually, help you win.
Now they found blood on his glove in a close-up. Supposedly, it's in the exact same pattern as the blood on Deontay's face, and it wouldn't normally happen like that. I don't know. I wish I understood the sweet science, as they call it, more, but
free boxing news.
This is pretty earth-shattering in the boxing world, because everybody thought, oh man, Tyson Fury's savage, and now he may face an 8-year ban if this comes out to be true. And he failed a drug test, and that's just now coming out.
Okay. Well, the drug test, the failing, that's pretty damning. But you'd think if it was like that obvious that his fist wasn't all the way in his glove, that the ref would have caught it.
Exactly. Look at this guy. Now, something similar happened in, I think, 1984, 3 or 4, with this guy, Billy Collins. And he was fighting an Asian guy. I don't remember if it was Korean or what, but his name, no, it was Louis Resto. So whatever nationality Louis Resto was, I don't know. But look what this guy did to Billy Collins here, who was an up-and-coming kid and, had promising things. Look at what happened when Louis Resto cheated and when he fought this kid, Billy Collins. His eyes are swollen shut. They're open. His wife said, "Open your eyes so I can look at him." He said, "They are open, but they were swollen shut." Even, but by all intents and purposes, he was looking out from under them. What happened?
That's his vision up, or no?
Well, yeah, and he ended up killing himself because he couldn't fight anymore. Head trauma, massive head trauma, and everything. Now, so Louis Resto that does this HBO documentary. He's like not the director, but the star of it. And he spends most of the first half of the documentary obsessing over his mistake and feeling genuine regret, it seems like. Then he goes back and confronts the trainer. As the film unravels, Louis Resto reveals more and more about that fateful night. And he reveals that he not only were the wraps soaked in plaster of Paris, the padding was removed from
the fuck.
What?
So he soaked his wrapping in plaster of Paris. What the fuck?
So in other words,
that's gonna do some. Yeah, that's gonna do some real fucking damage when that's hard. And
it did. That's why Billy Collins.
Yeah, no wonder he was that bad.
Yeah, and that's why Billy Collins couldn't fight again, and that's why he died. Because I guess out of depression that he couldn't fight anymore. But
so did it have like permanent vision damage or no?
I'm pretty sure he was not working anywhere. Yeah, he was probably ongoing migraines and complications. His wife said he was miserable, but let's see. I'm lost in my own tabs. Here we go. Oh, that doesn't show a picture though. I'm getting somewhere with this. Okay. There's a good shot of Resto. Not only did he soak it in plaster of Paris and remove the padding from the glove, but also in one of the late rounds, his trainer, who goes by the name Panama, gave him a special concoction of a drink that had asthma medicine in it, and it apparently, sped him up, so it probably had ephedra in it or something, right? And it made him come out swinging, really hard and fast, when he should have been, exhausted and going slower, So those three things all fit together to make Billy Collins's career over. And so these things are common tactics in rigging a boxing match, or cheating, some nonsense with the gloves, or some tomfoolery with the corner man spiking a drink, or maybe finding a way to spike the opponent's drink. Who knows? One time some guy flew into the ring with a parachute, and it was enough to cause a distraction for one side of the boxing match. So pretty crazy, man.
Flew in with a parachute? What? That sounds like something that would happen in a wrestling match.
I know. I
would think they would, like, if when they tried to do that, it was like, no, you're not doing that. You're disqualified.
So in other words, it's all fake.
No, just the Don King stuff, I guess.
And we should get the ghost of Paul Dorado on here to talk about what's fake and real.
Look, there it is.
Yeah, it looks like he had permanently blurred vision as a result of the fight.
Mm-hmm. Look, here's where the fan crashed into the ring, 1993. Riddick Bowe and Evander Holyfield. Yeah, Billy Collins was messed up real bad because of that. And I think Resto was genuinely regretting it. And he confronted Panama, why did you make me do this, quote unquote. And he says, look, I don't know anything more than you do about it. But he says, you're lying to me. It was a really captivating documentary. I don't remember the name of it, but HBO did it sometime in the early 90s, I guess. There you see the guy with the parachute. That's a pretty extreme example of cheating in boxing, but there you go. Crazy shit. Sad Don King's no longer, involved. Don King was a murderer, by the way. You guys knew that, right?
Yeah, I think I had heard that before, yeah.
That's not the reason he's out of boxing, though. That's the crazy part.
He killed a woman, didn't he?
I thought it was a man, but I don't even remember the circumstances.
I might be thinking of what's that famous producer who did a lot of
Spectre.
Yeah, Phil Spector. He was he killed
he definitely killed a woman, yeah.
Yeah, I guess people with hair like that are just predisposed to killing.
Yeah, watch out for Harry Carey. So that's I rest my case on Tyson Fury. I don't know what to believe, to be honest. I don't know what to believe on anything, because it's like, depending on who's talking to me, I kind of have this, I guess I've retained that kind of naivety from my buddy Will as a child. I think I've carried that over to everything I've ever dealt with since then. I entertain every side of an argument, probably to my disadvantage, but I can't help it. Ever since I heard a Tool song that said to put yourself in a state of quiet vulnerability, it's like, I think I've done that ever since.
I got duped this morning. I saw an article saying Ruth Bader Ginsburg had died, and it turned out to be fake, but I went on believing it.
They've probably cloned her several times over by now. She never appears in public, does she? They're like just keeping the body warm, it seems like.
It's possible.
Not that I wish death on her, not at all. No, but.
Yeah, it's with the fact that Ruth Bader Ginsburg is obviously going to die very soon. Is one of the reasons, like, Democrats are really desperate to to get someone in the White House. I guess that's, but of course they're fucking morons, so they're trying to put Biden in.
Bad move. Yeah. I don't think that the voters are with Biden, really. I think it's their super delegates nonsense that's gotten Biden in there. Don't you? I don't even understand that shit.
It does seem like he did kind of get more grassroots and more support from actual voters on Super Tuesday. I mean, there was a lot of fuckery with like long lines and such, but the fact that boomers have nothing but time on their hands to fucking vote. But it does seem like there was a sort of aspect of like, oh no, Biden is the Obama guy. He can like get in the White House and make it so it's 2008 again. No, he can't. It's not going to fucking happen.
So what's the coronavirus going to do about the election?
I honestly don't know.
Postpone the election. You cannot postpone the election for sickness. That is, you just can't do it. It can't be done.
If they try to postpone the election because of coronavirus, pack up your bags and leave, because the fascist state is here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's something that has been in the news lately. That's just trying to sow discord.
I mean, I can picture Trump like, proposing it, but he's an idiot, so it's probably not going to happen.
No, I mean I don't think that's going to happen. I think that's a bunch of hooey.
I think they may recommend people to stay home and vote online more.
No, I think at this point I don't know what's going to happen. Like before, I would have said that Trump would have steamrolled Biden, but given Trump's handling of the coronavirus situation, and given other factor, the fact it's happening on his watch, I think that could sway a lot of voters to Biden if Biden gets in. It gets the nomination.
I don't.
What exactly has he done bad? I don't really get that.
Well, he's cut the budget on the CDC. He they bungled the testing. They he talked about
not him. Then I mean.
Well, it happened under his watch, so even if that technically wasn't his fault, although he did.
He doesn't run the CDC, though. I see what you're saying, but he doesn't run the CDC, does he? He can only allot, this many millions of dollars to aid. I mean, and he did that, and that's more than Obama did for swine flu. I mean,
he's cut the budget, fired people. He put Mike Pence and some I think. Kushner on the fucking response, which is retarded.
Wait, did he fire people before or during though?
It was before now, but when we knew coronavirus was a thing.
Well, honestly, I didn't think it would progress this far, so I can't blame him. And I still think that there's a missing piece of this puzzle that. This is convenient for somebody. This is way convenient for somebody. I don't know who or which side, but there's something going on, and it's not just people getting sick. I think
it's going to be exploited, but I can't help but worrying that someone knows that it is a serious thing because of the bioweapon aspect.
I think this will be a memory, just like bird flu, swine flu, West Nile, SARS, all of which were supposed to herald our, unraveling as a civilization. I'm not ready to declare this, the living embodiment of Stephen King's The Stand. It's a joke, if you ask me. So,
well, it does seem to have progressed more than most people thought it would. It's like I've noticed several people. It's like, this is just the flu, and then all of a sudden, once they start closing things down, they'll be like, why didn't they start closing things down earlier? It's like, I don't know.
I haven't heard one name from any of these casualties, these alleged thousands who died. I haven't.
They're
heard
not going to name
name.
people.
Yeah, they can't name them.
That's how you know that it's real.
They're not going to name people who died. This isn't like a special circumstance, and putting people's names in the paper like that is not going to reflect well on their families. Given,
I mean, isn't there HIPAA things?
Yeah,
there's some sort of I mean, they can't just give people's personal health information out. You know what I mean? Their names and what they died of.
What about obituary?
No, I mean, eventually, you would see something like that, right? Through possibly obituaries or possibly through social media posts and whatever, right? You know what I mean? But we haven't seen that in the U.S. yet. My guess is that in, say, in Italy, you probably did see or do see stuff like that on their Twitter or whatever they have that they might use there. That's Facebook or Facebook equivalent. My guess is that you will see that in Italy or potentially even China or South Korea, but we just haven't seen it yet in the U.S.
Do we know if any of these people that are dying are, in their 20s or children or something like that, or are they all elderly? That's what I want to know.
I mean, the word on the street is, or the official word, really, the official word at least, is that they're generally elderly people, or elderly people are at higher risk, and that children generally don't display symptoms, but they are carriers.
Yeah,
It also apparently affects male fertility.
Yeah, that's more of a. I mean, that seems like that's more of a rumor so far, but potentially a rumor that there might be some validity to, but I've not seen any official acknowledgement of it impacting male fertility, or doing permanent lung damage, or doing permanent damage to sex organs, or anything like that. I mean, that seems like that's more of a rumor so far, but there could be some validity to it, but it's not been officially acknowledged.
Yeah, the real problem with it is it's people who are old, or people who have problems with their immune system, like whether it's extreme as they have HIV or some other disease that makes their immune system weak. Those are the people who it's really going to kill. And the problem is the fact that a lot of people are capable of carrying it without displaying symptoms. It means it's easy to spread around to people who it actually kills.
Right. Yeah. And did you hear that 2 people with AIDS have been cured? Did you guys see that?
What?
Yeah. I believe so.
That is incredible. If that's, that whatever the cure is, it's going to be through the roof expensive, and people won't be able to afford it for a while, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing that people probably aren't going to like Trump on, is the fact that he pretty much came out and said that when they come up with the coronavirus vaccine, not everyone's going to be able to afford it, which is, way to make Bernie look more appealing.
Except for the fact that Trump just signed a bill that's supposed to lower prescription drug costs. So he's very much got hands on with that. It's just that people are trying to poke holes in everything the man does and put everything under a microscope.
Yeah, Ben.
Well, no, I'm not. It's not about Ben. I'm just, listen, iron sharpens iron, right? Or iron sharpens steel, whatever. You get the idea.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm not saying that everything Trump did
the thing.
I'm not saying everything Trump did about it was bad. Like, he's done things like waive, student loan interest and things like that. The fact of the matter is, I don't know if you saw the speech about it, but he just sounded like a fucking moron, like he always does. And regardless of what people see in the appeal of that, there are a lot of, if the fact this is happening, that's not gonna be encouraging to a lot of people.
I think the media needs to change the tone in their reporting on this personally, because they're causing undue panic. I think they need to find a new way to talk about it, instead of, you can see it in their eyes that they're just getting off on something that just this topic that they can just milk and milk and milk, and it just keeps, flowing and flowing.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. And it's like there's too many journalists here who still harbor under the delusion that they're speaking truth to power, when in most other first world countries, a journalist is not going to be sober by 5 o'clock because of how horrible their fucking job is.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I'm not even talking about I don't think you were even talking about the criticism of Trump or whatever the case may be. You're just talking about the ghoulish nature of, panic for clicks and advertising dollars and eyeballs, right? I mean, that's what you were talking about, Jeremy.
But
I think it's ghoulish.
If some global or national, body wanted to stir up a panic, okay, it could be very easily be funneled down through the, one media, and then one person from that, news agency leaks it to another and another, and by that point they're all trying to scoop each other, and then you have genuine panic, okay? And I think that's what happened. They're all still trying to scoop each other. Just because people are dying doesn't mean they're not going to try to outscoop each other, and now they're just running with it as far as they can. Telling you, it's the wrong way to go about it. Let's cancel life. If we're all at risk, let's just cancel life. How about that? Because I might go outside and get sick.
I mean, we may as well cancel life. I mean, we've had a good run, but it's obvious that it's all bullshit.
Oh, now
I mean, people used to be racist, so therefore life should be canceled. Life made some racist tweets like 5 or 6 years ago, so we need to cancel it.
Yeah, that sounds like a good. Yeah, you're right, Ben. Yeah. I mean, people were bad in the past. We just end it.
Except the Mongolian ultranationalists. Those guys are cool.
They're the master race that's going to outlive us all when the coronavirus kills us all.
They got a mean ass band. I love it. Anyway, if you guys want to talk about any books, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm warming up for my rant on some stuff. So.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what. So you're still working on that same damn book you've been working on for the last 3 weeks, Ben? As far as reading.
Yeah, I'm still reading The Lucky Star, and I also started reading The Society of the Spectacle by Guy Debord.
I read that last year.
It was by a French situationist. It's basically about the idea how all modern capitalism has made spectacle, like the simulacrum and appearance of things, more real than reality itself. Like the illusion of companionship is more real than actual companionship, and so forth. And it kind of goes forth in these various small theses to try to explain the implications of that.
So, like, what's an example of something that's a concrete example of what you're talking about?
I guess in like this is like a modern context, but the idea of friends on Facebook is more real to a lot of people than friends in real life. Social media to a lot of people has become a replacement for actual social interaction.
And when was this written?
This was written like back in the 60s, I think, the 70s, something like that.
Social media back then, though.
So yeah,
but that's a good example of how it is there. It's like the idea of with the Guy Debord, it was more concerned with how human interaction, like in that example, had become commodified. Like the idea that increasingly there wasn't really anywhere people could go to interact where they didn't have to take place in take part in commodity trades in order to to meet people.
So what was an example back from when he wrote the book, though? What was an example that he gives?
He doesn't really like point to specific examples in the book. The book is like more of a collection of theses than it is like a in-depth analysis. Yeah, I'm at the beginning, so he doesn't really. So it's still establishing the premises and so forth.
Okay, so you haven't gotten deep into it yet.
Yeah, but I think like even back then, an example would be television, like the idea of people viewing things on television becoming more real than things they interact with in their daily life.
Right. Okay. So you read it, Zach?
Yeah, I wasn't completely won over by it. A professor let me loan it because I'd been interested in it for a while, and I saw it on his bookshelf. But it was the type of book that, like, I had 10 pages left in it, and I just realized I didn't really care, so I stopped reading it. It just wasn't interesting to me, and it didn't. It's very repetitive. Like I just. If you think Kant is dry, I thought Debord was pretty dry. And I've read a lot of philosophy that I don't agree with, that has been more, I guess, intriguing to the point where I'll actually finish the book. This one, it really, really slugged.
And I think it's it works well so far if you take it in a few pages at a time, which is I think is how it was meant to be read. I don't know which translation you read, but the one I'm reading is by Ken Kanab.
I read the one that was published by that publisher, what they called. They were really cool. It's the one that's got like the dude with the 3D glasses watching the movie on the cover.
Yeah, that's not the one I'm reading. It's mine's a different one. It was published. It was almost practically self-published, but it's pretty professionally done. It's by like a sort of one guy press called the Bureau of Public Secrets.
Yeah, that wasn't the one I did.
Yeah, it probably does read better in the original French, and he kind of points out in the beginning that certain parts of it do require some familiarity with leftist theory before it really makes sense.
Yeah, I guess the main problem I remember having with it, and it's probably wrong because I've not, revisited it in forever, but it seemed to be he would take his idea of things not being real way too literally to the point that, as Kant would say, he's just ignoring intuition and logical rationality. It's almost like he's boxing himself into like the only reality is what your sense organs can perceive, which can very easily be demolished when you take into account that most scientific discoveries you have to use logic to get there to guide your sense, basically guide your sense organs in a sense. But that might be wrong. I'm forgetting exactly what all he said in the book. It's kind of a blur to me, but it was boring to me at the time.
Yeah, from what I've seen so far, that isn't quite the case. He's kind of arguing that there is a reality to things like the external world, social interaction, and so forth. But his argument is that capital has become so all-encompassing that it's the way we function in modern society. It alienates us from the ability to perceive it.
Yeah.
Which I remember. In some ways, that does seem to be the case with modern society as well. I mean, Bloomberg being able to buy his way into the Democratic Party debates, and the fact they changed it to keep Tulsi out. It basically does seem to be like the mask being ripped off, and Bloomberg being the Terminator, gleaming face of capital, just looming over and saying, yes, this is what this is about. It's about billionaires maintaining control of this country. That's all it's about. There's no other reason for any of this.
It's scary how corporations have found a way to be, to have citizenship, right?
Yeah, the idea that they have personhood.
Yeah, what's the term? Something personhood.
Corporate personhood.
Corporate personhood. Yeah.
That's the sheer nerve for anyone to even propose that, But it's a thing. When did that become a thing? Under Clinton? I think it was.
That's been a thing for like a long time now, but I do think they did have like a ruling that because corporations have legal personhood, they have the same rights as an individual person.
Right. So there should
sense.
Yeah. So there should be capital punishment then for them as well, right?
Right.
God, is there? I bet that doesn't apply.
That's another thing that.
Well, who would you kill? I mean,
the CEO.
The company.
CEO.
Dissolve the company, right?
What about okay, so you're effectively killing the company, not an actual person.
Right, you just dissolve the company, yeah.
The corporation is its own person, so.
Yeah, discorporate, yeah.
We should still kill Bloomberg. Because at this point,
Don't say that like that.
I am serious. At this point, if there is a fascist dictator, it's going to be Bloomberg. That guy is a fucking monster, and he needs to be eliminated.
Didn't he bow out?
He did step out, but Trump had been running since like 2000, and Trump started in third parties.
Do not say what you just said again. I'm telling you.
I am going to say it. Somebody needs to take out fucking Mike Bloomberg, because if there is going to be a dictator in this country, I think it's going to be him.
It will not lead to good things if you say that. For you.
Okay, if the FBI is listening, this is a bit, but yeah, Mike Bloomberg is a fucking monster, and he needs to be eliminated before he gets anywhere near the White House.
Shut it down.
Shut it down.
Anyway, speaking of
Red Skull.
I don't know.
It kind of reminds me of Red Skull in a way.
I think the Red Skull was probably, well, at least the Red Skull was taller.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. Speaking of monsters,
That's a cool.
This book, I gave it 4 stars. It's about these people who moved from America to Clairvaux in the middle of Luxembourg, just for the adventure of it, the thrill of it. The Aiden wanted to do something wild and unrestrained in Europe, like move there. And the wife, Jess, was kind of dragged along, she wanted to make him happy, but she's kind of more of a homebody than him. But she humored him, indulged him for this because I guess he was such a, dedicated husband. Okay, and they go there with their daughter and to live in Clairvaux in Luxembourg. And immediately weird things start to happen when Jess, the wife, accidentally runs over a cat. This town takes cats very, very seriously. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the Cat Island in Japan.
No.
They're like a tourist attraction. They give you food. You buy food, and you can hand feed them. They'll come up as soon as you sit down. They'll surround you. It's very cute and whimsical. That's a real life thing. Cat Island. It's a major tourist attraction. But this is kind of like that. Only the cats act strange. To euthanize a cat in this city is considered murder. Okay, that's how seriously they take cats. Humans start dying after Jess kills the cat accidentally, runs it over. Their own cat, which they brought along, their pet cat named, I don't remember what he's called, but he runs away. It's like he gets out and takes up with the other cats in the neighborhood, and starts acting like, he's not even domesticated anymore. Now, for 3/4 of the book, I'm riveted and stuck to the edge, on the edge of my seat, trying to figure out, what's the deal with all these cats and why are the people here so protective of them in Clairvaux? Why will the veterinarian, not let Aiden at his new veterinarian job, euthanize this cat who is barely hanging on by a thread? Why do they take it so seriously? As the plot, winds down, it's like the 4th, what's wrong? Am I boring you?
No, I'm listening.
Okay.
I don't know. I think that was Ben yawning or something. Or
okay.
Thinking of this or something. I'm not sure what he's
No,
doing.
I was just stretching.
Okay. But so in the 4th section of the book, everything just kind of wraps up in a very unsatisfying way. And it's one of these, evil wins type of endings. I'm sorry to spoil it, but I've got to say it. It's an evil wins ending, but it's not clever. It's not done well, I don't think. And Vanessa Morgan really dropped the ball in the last act on this one. I can't stress it enough. The characters didn't learn anything. They didn't overcome adversity. They succumbed to it. And I just feel like that's the wrong way to go about a story. You can have casualties of the evil monsters or whatever, but for them to succumb ultimately to the threat without any, light at the end of the tunnel, I think is a mistake. and she was mistaken here to go with that ending. So
was it a novel or is it a novella? What was the length of it?
It's a novel. It's a full-blown novel. Yeah, Clouders by Vanessa Morgan is the newest addition to my bad ending club. Bad ending club. Clouders.
I don't know. It doesn't sound bad to me.
It sounds like it's very heavily inspired by Lovecraft's The Cats of Ulthar.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's
There's
what
another problem I had with it. Wait, I've got to get this out. Oh my God, this is so wrong what she did. This is another beef I have with this book, and it's even more significant than the ending. The name of the monster is. Are any of you guys going to read this?
Probably not. Go ahead.
I mean, I might, but I don't care if it's about the journey, not the destination. So I don't care about spoilers.
Okay, cool. Have any of you guys ever heard of a Tengu? Tengu.
Yeah, it's like a Japanese ghost, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So why the fuck is there a Tengu in Clairvaux, Luxembourg, and with not a hint of Asian, personality to it?
Multicultural.
Give it 2 stars, Jeremy.
No, a Tengu is a bird creature, not a cat creature.
Are you sure there's no other creatures with that name?
Tengu is only in Japan.
Yeah, kind of weird that they would use a Japanese bird monster as the name of the monster for cats in Europe.
I think she made a mistake. She made a major mistake there that she did not intend to make. I don't think she was making that choice aware. I think she thought Tengu was a universal, superstition or something. It is very specifically, from the Japanese, from Japanese origins. Why a Tengu would be in Luxembourg is beyond me. I don't know why she went there. I'm not the only one that thinks this, by the way. Someone down here draws the same comparison, or not comparison, but makes the same point. She did not know what she was doing there. You goofed there, Miss Morgan.
Yeah, they're actually a dog-like demon-like thing, right?
Well, I thought they were bird-like. They have wings, right?
Oh, no, you're right. No, you're right, birds.
Here's what they look like. They have a long nose. Nothing like the way she described the Tengu in this book. That's what a Tengu looks like. Any of these with the long nose and the wings and the, plated, armor plate.
Oh, that's what the Tengu is, that red thing with the long nose.
Yeah. And this is set in Luxembourg in Europe, man.
Yeah, that's a bit weird. Yeah.
It's a mistake.
I like the cover. The cover is pretty cool.
Yeah.
The book.
That's what
cover is cool.
The synopsis and the cover are unparalleled, but she goofed on this one big time. And I would love to, ask her. Maybe I will get her on here. If I can get her on here and ask her, did you mean to do that? Because I don't think that's correct. I don't think I'm not even going at it as like, oh, it's cultural appropriation. I'm just saying it's the wrong culture. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying it doesn't make sense in the structure of a story to pull this thing, from one culture and place it in another without any connection or explanation.
So the creature wasn't even depicted as like a bird-like creature or anything, and there was no Asian interference in the local culture or anything like that.
None.
It's a cat. It's like you probably could have named it like the Ulthar, and it would make more sense. And
the whole deal with this Tengu is that whenever a human murders a cat, whether it's intentional or accidental, they have to. This Tengu has to take 9 human lives to balance out, the nature again. So it has to take revenge on 9 humans in order to satiate itself for that one lost cat. That's cool.
That's an interesting idea.
Why did it be a Tengu? It could have been. I would have even accepted a bunyip. That's like Australian, but it's at least it's Europe, right?
I mean, cats don't originate from Asia, right? They originate from Northern Africa or something like that. Where, as far as domesticated cats goes,
I think so.
Or Egypt.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm just trying to get some sort of connection to Asian culture, but it doesn't sound like there is, right?
I don't think she can be let off the hook on this one. I really don't.
Yeah,
I'm really proud of myself for figuring this out on my own, and I'm milking it for all it's worth, if you can tell.
Yeah, nice
I
work.
mean, yeah, I mean, apparently she doesn't get it right. What is the because, like you said, the tango is not really cat related. It doesn't do that. It doesn't kill humans over cats.
There were so many European examples she could have gone to instead of a tengu. That's a fish out of water in this story. It just doesn't.
Yeah, unless the tengu was the enemy of the cats, right? That would make sense. But yeah, it doesn't. It seems weird. So there's another book that you want to bitch about too, Jeremy. Is that right?
Hang on, let me try to remember.
It seemed like you said you had a couple of books.
I did.
I've got one I can talk about.
What?
It's horrible. Season of Rot by Eric S. Brown.
Wait a minute, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, that sounds familiar too. But
Zombies?
Yep.
Okay.
It's an old Bermuda Press book.
Okay, I've heard of that. I think. Is it an anthology or collection?
It's a collection of novellas. Each one's about like 50 pages.
And is it all by the same author? You say?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, and are they interrelated, or is it totally different, unrelated zombie stories?
Unrelated, except for the fact that they're all
Zombies.
Yeah.
Are they all the same type of zombies, or are the zombies mixed up, like fast, slow zombies? Like
just
magic zombies.
Like you've got the regular zombies, then you have the ones that mutate and they can do this. They can think like people. Some of them pretty much like the Z Nation thing.
So, but I mean, it's not like one story's like voodoo zombies. One's like virus outbreak.
It's all like virus outbreak.
Okay.
Except one of them might be a little different, and that it has to do with this some kind of solar phenomenon. But I'm not sure if they all kind of originated from that. It's not really clear. But they are pretty much unrelated.
So you're saying the book was not good?
No. It's not really that good at all. I've not finished it yet. I've got, I think, 2 novellas left. But it's pretty. It reminds me of why I stopped reading zombie fiction.
It's played out, right?
Yeah, it's very played out, and it's it's like it's one of those books where like every freaking new chapter and section is introducing like a new set of characters, and each story it's the same thing. These characters are all like different; they don't know each other, and they're surviving the apocalypse or whatever, and somehow come together at the end, and then that's the end of the story. I mean, each one is pretty tiresome.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty played out premise.
Yeah, and what annoys me is how intelligent the introduction makes out the stories and everything to be. And he has some kind of metaphor about like how, I don't know, it's a zombie book with brains or something. It may not be that, something cheesy like that. And when it's completely not that at all.
Just like run-of-the-mill zombie stories.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it sounds like, run-of-the-mill zombie stories.
Yeah, and I've read some pretty bad zombie stories. Like I've read one voodoo zombie story that was pretty bad, but this one definitely takes the cake. And I've noticed.
It seems like voodoo zombie stories have a lot more potential nowadays than your average Walking Dead style zombie story, in my opinion. Like it seems like you could actually go somewhere and maybe spin the voodoo zombie story a little bit, at this point in time. But I don't know that you could really do a whole lot with your average everyday zombie story. Like your because the voodoo zombies don't seem to be get much play, like that concept.
Yeah.
Look at the one that I did read.
Because when I read Bloods Are Over by James Ellroy, that was actually like a small like plot point is people being turned into voodoo zombies.
Yeah, the one I read was called The Living Dead by Jeffrey Godin. As far as voodoo zombies go, it wasn't that good.
But it seems like there's a fair amount of potential with the voodoo zombies. I think I could make something out of the voodoo zombie concept, whereas I would not want to play at all with the Walking Dead style zombie concept,
I think the most unique zombie story I've read was Habeas Corpus. I can't remember what the name of the author was, but the idea in it is like the zombies are intelligent and they aren't really like malicious or evil. They're just like people who have this zombie condition. And it's like a CSI story where the main character works for a forensic as a zombie who works for a forensics lab. And when he eats parts of people's brains, he can, get parts of their memories, and he uses that to solve murders.
that's a pretty good concept. Yeah.
The best zombie things I've read have been short stories like On the Far Side of the Cadillac Desert with Dead Folk by Lansdale.
Yeah, that's pretty
Jeremy's
awesome.
Kids Meet Worm Boy by Scow. And the one Carlton Melick did that was something about cockroaches and lemons. It was really freaking out there, but just amazing. You know what I'm talking about? It was in Skip's anthology, the Black Dog and Leventhal phone book size zombie anthology.
I mean, my upcoming poetry book has a poem about zombies that I hope is unique enough to be good.
Here's another book, Cannibal Jungle by John Athen, which is a ha-ha pun, right? John Athen, right?
I felt so stupid because for the longest time I just did not get his name.
This is another one that is edge of your seat, and then it just ends with the protagonist, failing to overcome and dying. It's not bad enough to join Clouders and the Bad Ending Club, though. But I think that he should have seen the character through to at least some small victory, and I don't feel he did that. So that's another one. And then let's go.
Hold on a second. How come you don't like that though? Like, is it because of the length?
Because
if it was a novella, would you?
It means I wasted my time investing in this character. Why do I care if they're not going to overcome any situation? They're not going to, learn something and be better for it at the end.
Well, yeah, that's my question is though. Is it primarily because of the length, right? Can you get away with that in a short story in Jeremy Land or no?
I think so. I think it's better to.
What about novella length? Can you get away with it in novella length in Jeremy Land?
I think you can get away with it with secondary characters. I don't know about primary. Unless there's like a posthumous, document, like, revelation about them, or like their will reveals something great about them that they left to their family or something like that. I don't know. I'm just saying we need to get writers.
So the longer the book, the more likely you want to have some sort of a happy, quote unquote, happy ending. Is that correct?
I don't need everything wrapped up with a nice little bow, but I'm tired of this bullshit. Oh, I leave it up to the reader's interpretation.
That's different. That's a different problem, though, right? The leaving it up to the readers.
Who wins? Because it should be a little bit of both. It's like the evil, overcomes this one character, but the main character, or maybe the main secondary character survives and overcomes, but somebody needs to
right. But my question is though, the time investment is what makes you want to have that type of ending. Is that correct? I mean, is that really what?
It feels like the author is tripping the protagonist as he's about to walk, make his exodus out of this horror show, and he's like tripping him on the way out. Oh, what you step there, bro? And then he dies, falls on a bed.
So yeah, that's kind of feeds into my general theory is that the longer the book is, the more likely it's not going to be, or the person reading it isn't really looking for a true horror experience, right? They're looking for more of a overcoming the horrors experience rather than a true bleak horror novel, right?
I don't know because you're saying that horror has to be a thing that's the main component of the story rather than an actual element or emotion that can exist within a story that has many elements and emotions.
Right. I mean, okay. I expand on that, I guess.
Well, but so you're saying that it's not a true horror story unless it's super bleak and short, whereas that can be an element that exists in a larger narrative, and the horror doesn't necessarily have to be overpowering for it to still be I guess, considered a horror story.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could see what you're saying, but I guess ultimately what I'm saying is that you can get away with a bleak, truly horrific story where it's more of a nihilism type of theme, right? The shorter the story is, I think. The longer the work, I think that most people want to have the protagonist overcome the obstacles and have somebody to root for, right? I mean, that seems to be how it goes for the general reader.
I mean, I think
I'm saying I wouldn't consider that not a horror story, though.
I mean, I think some of the worst books I've read that had this sort of ending. I don't know if those books that Jeremy mentioned were on this level, but I think Matt Shaw's Porn and Suffer the Flesh by Monica J. O'Rourke. Both of those had just like absolutely horrible endings. And
yeah, I remember you talking about that.
Yeah, Matt Shaw's Porn, like that one is just it was all like the whole like 90% of the, or not 90%, but like half the book turns out to be a dream, and it's a really fucking bullshit ending.
That's another thing I hate is it was all a dream.
Well, I mean that's everybody agrees that that's horrible, right? You know,
yeah.
I mean, like.
I mean, my least
away from that, but
yeah, in the book I hate most of all, Son of Rosemary. That makes Son of Rosemary and Rosemary's Baby a dream.
You know what else is a horrible cliche ending now? The time loop. That's just as bad as it was all a dream now. Over and over it's used.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I haven't noticed much time loop stuff, but I don't know that I would.
Yeah, Triangle and Arrival.
Yeah, well, Triangle, the whole thing is about them figuring out that it's a time loop. But the Suffer the Flesh, that one, the ending on that was just stupid. It's just like the woman thinks she's home free, but then the bad guy appears in her room and kills her. Wah wah.
I mean, that just sounds like a cheesy ass horror film, right, from the 80s or something, you know, like.
Yeah, Suffer the Flesh. It's like it received all this like praise from people. It's like, oh, it's so out there, it's so dark, it's so edgy, but most of it was just like BDSM erotica with a few gruesome scenes. And
who wrote that?
Monica J. O'Rourke.
Okay, I know the name, but I've never read anything by her.
It's pretty hardcore, yeah. You can overpower your villain or monster too. You know, that's another thing.
Hillary.
And that's what I didn't like about the Poughkeepsie tapes.
I see what you mean. Now, I love that movie, but yeah, I mean, he's able to frame a policeman, and get him executed, and then gets his one surviving victim, to kill herself, and he digs up her body without being seen. It's crazy the amount of overpowering that villain, that guy, killer in Poughkeepsie tapes has. It's like no one ever has a lead on him at all. So
Terrifier is another example.
What is
Terrifier? I've seen. I've never seen that. What is that any good at all? Because it looks like it.
God, I hate it.
Might be terrible.
Is that the same thing where like the clown is just like overpowered and keeps getting away with it?
Yes, to like an absurd degree.
Is it
like even more so than Poughkeepsie tapes?
Is it a supernatural clown or just a dude?
Well, the whole time you think it's just a freaking dude, and he gets shot through the head, and then at the end of it, I guess he's supernatural now, and he just wakes up, and it's just
you got to have a sequel, right? I mean, is that a franchise now or no?
I think they did like a crowdfunding for Terrifier 2. Okay. And there was like some controversy because it was like you had to like be in like something absurd like the $100 tier before you got the DVD.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty lame, yeah.
So here's another book that bugged me.
Okay.
Yes, I finished it, but I don't feel smarter for having finished it. Now, you would think, with something about this subject that I would come out of it feeling smarter, and I didn't retain much information from it because the writing is not even dry, it's barren. Okay. Sea Without Fish from like 300 million years ago, give or take a few, 100 million, and life in the Ordovician Sea of the Cincinnati region. There was a time, as we know, in prehistoric times when in the Ordovician era where the sea had no fish. The problem is that the writer was more collating data than actually writing a book. And so I felt like I was being treated like their coworker instead of their reader. And so they lost me on that. I didn't appreciate it one bit. This is the problem that I have with scientific types. They overestimate their own intelligence. They talk down to you. They expect you to be on their level, even if you're not a scientist yourself. And they try to debunk anything that has any merit to you just to make themselves feel smarter. There's no consideration with you when they do this shit.
I mean, are you talking about several different types of scientists? Because I mean, how can you? How can they expect that? How can they expect you to be on their level, but at the same time condescending to you?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's how they act. All of them.
I don't know. You can do both, right? I mean, you can't expect somebody to be at the same intelligence level as you, right? And condescend to them, right?
They throw these long and elaborate words in there that you would never use in everyday language. They do it to show themselves off. It's irritating. It's obnoxious. Stop that. Stop writing books about data and write books about a sea without fish. Speak to me like a human being, I don't want to read your data, your notes.
So is this like a official textbook, or is it supposed to be like a pop book that you can like sit down and read about it?
It felt too dry to be a textbook. If it were a textbook,
textbooks are pretty dry.
If it were a textbook, I feel like I would have absorbed something, but I didn't. I can't follow this barren, like soulless shit. It's like show me your soul, man.
Is it the actual scientist who wrote it?
I don't even know. I just know that I struggled through it. I labored through it, and this is a fascinating topic. But
it takes place around where I live, man.
What, in the Ordovician era?
I live in a sea without fish.
You live in the Ordovician era, then?
Well, I mean, I live in the modern day geographical location of the setting of this book.
Well, anyway,
Cincinnati, Ohio area.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's right, Cincinnati region, yeah. But for a topic that's supposed to be this fascinating, the right person has not come along to write a book on it. So
I can tell you that there are fish here now.
Okay.
I mean, there are scientists who can be pretty bad writers. So because they're supposed to be about presenting data than they are, communicating. But if they're trying to write a book, then they should be presenting it in a way that's readable to most people.
Yeah, look at this. This one here, Ness by Robert McFarlane. There are like several blank pages. It made me it infuriated me almost as much as Well Dressed Wound did, which is to me the worst book of all time. But Ness, there's blank pages, and Stanley Donwood's illustrations are very mediocre, if you ask me. It's about nature coming to life, and it's just bullshit. It's 72 pages padded out with lots of blank pages, and the drawings taking up pages themselves, so it's probably more like, 40 or 50 pages, if that. This one annoyed me too. They all annoyed me this week.
Stanley Donwood, he's the guy who does the artwork for Radiohead, doesn't he?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So was this a paperback or something that you read, or what?
Yeah.
And it's just got padded out with a bunch of blank pages.
Yes.
That's pretty bad. Go ahead, Ben.
I was going to say, I've actually read a book that Stanley Donwood wrote. I can't remember what it was called. Can you look it up on Goodreads? Just type in his name.
Stanley Donwood?
Yeah.
Just click in the link. Click on the link.
Knives Out, or There Will Be No Quiet?
No, that's not it. That's it. Catacombs of Terror is what it was. I guess he had gotten a bet to write a book in like 1 or 2 months or something like that, and he ended up coming up with this. It's a pretty man noir book. It's about a private detective who stumbles on a conspiracy in his town, but there's this whole thing where there's underground tunnels underneath the city, and it turns out there's like wild pigs under there. But it's like the whole thing is like building up to these wild pigs in the tunnel, but it doesn't really go anywhere. So it's a pretty meh book for the most part. But I've actually
read 3 stars. You look like the only person who's ever read it too.
Yeah, but I've actually read some of his flash fictions on his website, and those are actually really good.
As far as books that I'm enjoying right now, this one right here is pretty awesome. I'd say I'm about halfway into it, Little Dinosaurs. But once again, a character I thought was going to be major was like disposed of all too quickly, like an afterthought. And I just think that writers are getting too reckless with that shit. I'm also reading a lot of Roman stuff about the Roman Empire, like Caligula, the Mad Emperor of Rome, and Empire by Stephen Saylor, which kind of charts, the accumulating years of Rome from Caligula to Claudius to Nero. It's a nice, like, every era coverage of Rome.
Right, like an overview or something. Yeah.
I'm digging it. Yeah, I'm digging it. And I also didn't know that augury was an occupation in ancient Rome like that, where you can supposedly tell of the future and bad omens by judging by the patterns of bird flight, or
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
It's called augury, and
right,
that factors into things very much in this book, Empire by Stephen Saylor.
So take a step back, because when you were talking about the book with the blank pages about nature attacking humans or something, I don't know what it was. You said something like that effect. You also said something, but you said there was you compared it to, you said it was almost as bad as the worst book you've ever read. What was that?
Well-Dressed Wound.
Now, what's that all about?
To even talk about it.
Well-Dressed Wound.
If I knew it was on my shelf, I'd pull it down and give you examples. This is.
Have you peed on it yet?
No.
Yeah, I thought that's what he was going to say. I thought he was going to pee on it.
My peeing days are over, but
oh God, Blake Butler called.
I'll read you the review here and give you an idea of, because I was I very much was visceral in my response to this book. Blake Butler called this refreshing and long overdue. The only thing I learned from this text, and I even use that word loosely, is not to trust the tastes of the whole HTML giant crowd. I don't get it. Blake Butler is a talented writer who writes garbled prose that somehow ends up transcending the babble and being profound. This babble is nothing like Blake Butler's babble. There are 3 things going on in this vomitous mess. Pages and pages of people saying the word faggot in association with everything. Everyone who ever existed dying of AIDS, and lots of pages that are blank except for exclamation marks spaced far apart like this. All the way down the page. It is not clever, insightful, groundbreaking, or even readable, really. There's literally nothing worthwhile here. I'd love to see the premise of a seance held by Abraham and Mary Todd Lincoln in the hands of a capable writer. McCormick is not that writer. Worst of all, there are 2 author assistance programs listed on the acknowledgements page, the Ontario Arts Council and the Writers' Trust of Canada, which means he got grants to write this 71-page word salad that should really be about 15 to 20 tops. Congratulations, Mr. McCormick, on fleecing academia and reaping the financial benefits. I'm going to go read Escape from Dinosauria, and I guarantee it will be more intelligent than this literary awful.
Awful.
Yeah, I think
who wrote this now? Derek McCormick.
Yeah, one of his books is
Shamed.
One of his books is was part of Dennis Cooper's Little House on the Bowery series. I think it's the Crab Bag book. I think.
But he got taxpayer dollars to write that book, right?
Canadian tax dollars, I guess.
Yeah, Canadian taxpayer dollars, but still taxpayer dollars, right?
Oh, wait. Was one of them from New York?
I know that Joey Comeau.
Canada. It was all Canadian, but still, yeah.
I know that he's gotten praise from Joey Comeau as well, the guy who wrote Softer World.
Yeah, but clearly they're not warranted. They just did it because he's their buddy.
Yeah, I guess. And I guess, Zach, you don't like Blake Butler?
I've actually never read him. I mean, I know of him, and it's just that type of crowd saying this about that book. It's kind of like, okay, yeah.
I really like his Scorched Atlas book. That was really good.
I actually do like some of Blake Butler's work, even though I don't think it, is as amazing as some people hype it up to be. However, I love his word salads for the way they present them. He presents it to my eyes, like what Allen Ginsberg called an eyeball kick.
Yeah, Scorched Atlas definitely isn't really like that. It's definitely strange, but there are actually stories there. It's basically the idea is it's presented as a series of stories from a world that's ended from a bunch of plagues, but the plagues are really weird. Like there are cases of feces raining down from the sky, television static, things like that. It's an odd book, but I definitely very highly recommend it. It's sort of it's almost like a literary kind of bizarro book.
Wait, not by Derek McCormick though, right?
No, Blake Butler.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Scorched Atlas, right?
Yeah.
I've read. Let's see. I remember Ever by Blake Butler being interesting, and 100 million something about school shooters. What is it? The 300 million or something?
Yeah, 300 million. I've got that on my shelf, but I haven't read it yet.
Yeah, what I've read of that's pretty interesting, but I don't consider it more really at the end of the day than word salad. It's just Blake Butler writes it a lot, makes it a lot prettier. He polishes, the nonsense prose better. So
yeah, it's kind of interesting. He was like really deep into the alt-lit crowd when he was very different from what a lot of them were doing. Mm-hmm. Like his prose was often very baroque, and he was very much not realist of a writer.
The problem with alt-lit wasn't really...
It was run by male feminists, so of course they turned out to be rapists.
Well, yeah. I mean, why else would you pretend to go along with that bullshit unless you thought you were getting laid? I mean, really. Even Camille Paglia, I think is her name, the first or second wave feminist, even she derides these feminists today as being fakes and vultures. So, I mean,
Yeah. I know that recently... Rogan Buck was outed as having, gone after underage girls.
Who was?
Steve Rogan Buck.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
He's a poet who's written books like Helvetia and Crunk Juice and things like those. Things like that.
It sounds like Norwegian.
That's the name of a font.
Okay. But the problem with alt lit was that it was all boring, and they wanted it that way. They accepted it as boring. It's almost they celebrated and reveled in it.
Yeah, I mean, in some cases that was I think it was necessary because really capturing the boredom of modern day life is a worthwhile goal. But I do agree that when after Zachary German wrote "Eat When You Feel Sad," that didn't really need to be revisited.
What was that saying in the movie adaptation about authors? Was it Nicolas Cage's character says something about? Wait, here. I'm just going to play it because it sums it up so much better than I could. I think this is totally relevant to what you're saying here about alt-lit authors capturing the boredom of everyday life, and you probably know what I'm going for here, but here it is.
Yes. Sir, what if a writer is attempting to create a story where nothing much happens, where people don't change, they don't have any epiphanies, they struggle and are frustrated and nothing is resolved? More a reflection of the real world.
The real world?
Yes, sir.
The real fucking world. First of all, you write a screenplay without conflict or crisis, you'll bore your audience to tears. Secondly, nothing happens in the world? Are you out of your fucking mind? People are murdered every day. There's genocide, war, corruption. Every fucking day, somewhere in the world, somebody sacrifices his life to save somebody else. Every fucking day, someone somewhere takes a conscious decision to destroy someone else. People find love, people lose it. For Christ's sake, a child watches a mother beaten to death on the steps of a church. Someone goes hungry. Somebody else betrays his best friend for a woman. If you can't find that stuff in life, then you, my friend, don't know crap about life. And why the fuck are you wasting my 2 precious hours with your movie? I don't have any use for it. I don't have any bloody use for it.
Okay, thanks.
What do you think? What do you say to that? I mean,
I know it's probably supposed to be satirical, but I agree with it like, completely.
I mean, it's a good point, right?
On one hand, it is a good point. On the one hand, like most people, that shit doesn't happen to them. So, there's definitely a place for finding I'm not saying like no conflict or no epiphanies or anything like that, but there's definitely a place for art that addresses the mundane life. Bukowski did that well.
They're taking it further than that and denying internal struggle and like the internal aspects of your mind and just soulless boredom. Like that's not. You have to create that.
Like I would argue, like Zachary German's "Eat When You Feel Sad" is like the culmination of that, and I think it works well on that level. But I do agree that we probably only need like one of those in the world. Like if we're gonna like talk about boredom of modern life, I think Michelle Wolbach probably does that a lot better.
I mean, the thing is, that's fine that stuff exists and that you could probably actually write an entertaining book about it, right? But my guess is that oftentimes it's not going to be particularly entertaining. And the problem in my mind arises with people thinking that somehow that should be the next big thing and that they should be making a bunch of money off of something like that, right? I mean, most people don't care for that shit, right?
Yeah, my question is life really that boring, or is it more of a catcher in the rye type of thing? Because, like, I mean, that's a good example because not much is happening in it, but it's the.
I mean, it's kind of interesting to consider, like the kind of people who do like write those kind of stories about people with mundane, dull, and meaningless lives tend to come from upper middle class and upper class backgrounds, and people who write like thrillers, horror, all of those genre fiction, things like that. They tend to come from working class and middle class backgrounds.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That really is the thing. Is like the people who come from the working class and middle class backgrounds. One, they want to write fiction that will sell, that will get them to pay at least a few bills, as difficult as that is. And someone who is a comes from like a rich family or something, they can just like sit on their ass most of the time and occasionally put out like a book about people with dull and mundane lives, and they don't need to care if it sells or not.
Yeah, see, I still think they're creating the mundanity. It's not, no one's life is that mundane because we all have like an inner world that can come across in fiction. I mean, that's basically what the whole literary fiction is. I think you have to try very hard to make things that boring.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Like Michelle Wolbach, his books definitely aren't boring, but his books are about like the boredom that a lot of people, the boredom and ennui a lot of people face in modern day life.
Yeah. Author Michael Seidlinger, who ran civil coping mechanisms.
Oh, he actually ran that?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
I don't know if he still does now. Probably not. Probably gone. It's probably done as a press, but Seidlinger was a really good writer, and he, even if he wasn't alt lit, he orbited around a lot of those personalities.
I know he had a one book that was published through Lazy Fascist, and like Sam Pink is. I was gonna say Sam Pink is a good example. He was he writes books about people's everyday lives and working shitty jobs and so forth. His books are hilarious.
Sam Pink doesn't make it boring though. He makes it
right. Yeah. He actually makes it interesting, right? I mean, that's the thing. He pulls off a trick, You know.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, you gotta. I don't know. I personally think that writers should probably write books that the main goal is to entertain the reader, right, and to pull them through the book and get them to the end with like. I think it should be entertaining. I don't know. I mean, it seems like some writers. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? This alt lit movement was to write that a fiction that was not entertaining.
It felt like
I don't know. I mean, that occasionally came through, like Noah Cicero. I don't think he was like that at all. Sam Pink.
was
I don't think so.
Noah Cicero.
Yeah.
He wrote the only poetry collection I seriously liked, which was Bipolar Cowboy.
Yeah, I haven't read that yet. To be honest, like I've been kind of avoiding Noah Cicero books because what happened was a while back I wrote a positive review of one of his books and put the tweet out, and he retweeted the link to it with I think this person needs a new hobby. So after that I was just like, well fuck you then.
What?
Yeah, that's a bit lame.
that kind of pissed me off. So
you gave it a positive review?
Yeah. And he just retweeted it. It's like snarking. I think this person needs a new hobby. Fuck off.
What?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of lame. I mean, he's trying to.
Let's get him on here and you two duke it out.
I already got him on here. I got him as a guest on Surreal Sermons. I doubt he'd come back now. I'm probably beneath contempt to him now, even though he experienced all that shit with alt lit, and I didn't judge him. But
so
whatever.
What is it? Was alt lit like a literary movement or a press? What when you guys keep on saying alt lit?
Well, it was kind of like grunge in that they all knew they were part of this scene, but they would have to deny it, like all scene people do. They deny it's a scene, even though it is. It's that.
I don't think they really denied it was a scene. I mean, they at some point they kind of like proudly kind of called themselves alt lit, and there was like a blog called Alt Lit Gossip, which was like sort of this tongue-in-cheek kind of TMZ for the whole scene. And I guess like the way to put it is it's sort of like it was sort of like the literary Brat Pack back in the 80s, except a bit more self-aware.
Okay. And Sam Pink came out of that because I mean that guy, what I've read of his stuff is pretty decent. Like
he definitely
pretty entertaining.
Yeah, he definitely came out of that, and a lot of people agree he's like one of the best that came out. Tao Lin was probably like the most well known, but I definitely would argue he's not really the best, even though I don't dislike him.
And he caught the most shit during that fallout or whatever. But you know what? Another ending a type of ending that I hate is, you and I are the same person, and I never knew this whole time.
Fight Club?
The Fight Club ending,
that is done just as much as Time Loop, and it was all a dream, and the monsters win. These four endings are like archetypes of bad endings, if you ask me.
There's a part of why you didn't like Elaine, the ending?
I felt like the whole thing needed some anchor, and it was lacking some anchor to bring it all down. I don't know how to explain it. But the ending, I didn't add it to the bad ending club, but like I said, I felt like there was something missing. So something to justify the weirdness other than, and the character just had all this stuff happening to him. It didn't feel like he took initiative, action. He didn't, forge his own path. It just kind of, I hate weirdness when it coalesces around the main character without any reason, and I felt like if there was a reason, I never saw it.
And I never like you're saying your protagonist isn't pro-tagging.
Yeah.
I mean, in some ways he isn't, but in some ways I kind of felt that was appropriate for the story. A case of an everyman lost in this sort of it's a bit of a spoiler, but in this sort of like cosmic weight bearing down on him in this strange place.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with that, like people like Jeremy do.
Why
would
I understand care about this one guy, like on a planet of, uncountable bodies? Why would the cosmos care about him?
I think it's less.
I don't think he's. I mean, he's not saying he should, right? I mean, you're not saying that.
Yeah, I mean, that would give me kind of going into, things that are hinted at but not really explained in the book, and I'm not sure if I want to do that, at least right now.
I think that you.
Yeah, I haven't read it yet. Don't spoil it.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
there was something that I felt you ultimately needed to explain, and it never got explained, having to do with him and his relationship with someone.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wanted to leave like certain unanswered questions in there because that's to me part of the was part of the horror of it. But I guess that maybe that didn't work. Maybe it did. I don't know.
And when
I thought
she
it did.
sticks her panties in his mouth, that was pretty cool. I bet you whacked off that, didn't you?
I actually didn't whack off to those parts. I was actually in a pretty dark mental space when I wrote those parts.
You masturbated to it. Admit it.
No, I'm a sadist, not a masochist.
You still masturbated to it though.
No, I have other things I masturbate when I write them.
Don't dig on the panties in the mouth, huh?
No, that's not me. Like I said, I'm more of a sadist, not a masochist.
Okay, well,
so I'm starting on it like today, so let's not talk about it too deep.
Well, just make sure you stay in town in case we have any more questions. All right.
Yeah, Ben.
Yeah, you can. Like Bob said, he wanted to ask me questions about it. So, but I guess that
maybe next
happen.
week we can have a panel discussion about it, Elaine, and we can just be maybe we can get J. Peter W. on here to ask you some questions about it as well.
Yeah, he gave it 3 stars, which I appreciate.
Yeah, that's right. He did read it too, didn't he? Yeah. So we could get him on here, and maybe we can have him read open lines too.
I still don't know what's going to happen with Christoph. Whether he's going to be coming in attack mode, or if he's going to be chill, or maybe a little of both. Don't tell me, Ben. Don't spoil it. I want it to be a surprise which way he goes. So that'll be interesting.
I think we need to be attacked.
I know. Maybe we need blood sports, or maybe he's chilled out on some things too, and is willing to talk it out. But
I like how you start out the interview tonight with, "Hey, it seems as if I recall you talking shit about me on Facebook at some point in the past."
It's like, "Hey, welcome to the show. I heard you was talking shit, bruh."
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it was more interesting than anything else I could have led in with, right? I mean,
that's what I'm saying. I liked it. I like the way. Because it's a very off-putting way to start an interview. Yeah.
Wait till you see what I asked. What my first question is for Christoph if he comes on next week. But
so is that Tiffany person coming on? Is that her name?
Hell no, Tiffany Scandal's not coming on here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we could never get her on.
She wouldn't come on if I kissed her feet.
She wouldn't want you to do that as much as you probably do.
So what about Jeff Burke? Is he coming on or not?
I don't know. He said that he was waiting on Death's Head Press to say something originally, and then something came up personal with family, allegedly, and then he said, "Okay, the announcement's out," and then I sent him a link for tonight, as I did a few weeks ago when I had my hand raised because he forfeited. So I offered him a rematch here for him to come on, and he hasn't responded to that. So I think maybe he could. Is it possible he? No, I'm not going to go there. I don't think that's the case. I'm just thinking out loud, and I'm just going to bury that again.
Okay, so he's not a definite no, but it's a possible.
I don't know anymore, man. If he wants to come on, I'm not that hard to find. And as long as you don't depend on social media to find me.
So he's got your phone number?
Nah, probably not anymore. But I mean, he has my email, one of my email addresses.
What is your phone number?
I'm not going to say that all the air.
It's 900 pp51 doo-doo.
Nice. I'm going to call that up. So who else we got lined up?
Just Christoph for now, according to Ben anyway.
Yeah, I think. Whoops. I was thinking that was something on my phone. I forgot to silence it. Like I did, it said
Siri,
I needed.
Siri, commence with the lobotomy.
I don't have an iPhone.
Okay, go ahead.
But Anita Dalton does want to come on sometime in April. Yeah, she's one of my favorite literary critics. She.
Now, how did you persuade her?
I just emailed her and asked if she wanted to come on. But she just said
Tacos, the author of The Pussy, is also willing to entertain the idea of coming on when his new book comes out in a few months.
Has he ever talked shit about you?
No, I'm not a speck on his ass.
What about Anita? Has she ever talked shit about you, Anita?
His book
No.
Pussy is going on my top 10 at the end of the year. I guarantee it.
no. I mean, Anita herself has had some problems with Bizarro recently, not like on a personal level, but on a creative level. So
Very interesting. Yeah,
so you can kind of
as soon as she wants.
Yeah, and she's currently working on a book about manifestos by mass murderers, like manifestos by like Ted Kaczynski and Anders Breivik, things like that.
And what is it? Is it like a scholarly work?
I guess. Well, she's not really a scholar, so technically not. But yeah, it is like a sort of examination of it. She actually does already have an essay on her site where she goes over Anders Bering Breivik's manifesto, which was quite a feat because it's like over 1,000 pages long, and most of it is like plagiarized from other sites.
Yeah, it's like a copy and paste kind of thing. A lot of it, isn't it?
Yeah, apparently, like she just apparently on a few chapters, she just like copy and pasted these stupid boomer articles about how violent and awful hip hop is and things like that.
Huh.
But
I did not know that.
She should be. Yeah, she should be.
Yeah, we should definitely get her
guest.
on here, man.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, especially since she's never talked shit about Jeremy, she might be.
Man, it's cool about Delicious Tacos, though. I need to read. Finally some good news. I've had that on my Kindle forever. His blog is
kind of
entertaining.
alt-lit. He's like alt-lit, but like more conservative, I guess.
Yeah,
he might be considered alt-lit, or was it one time? I don't know, maybe not. But
what I've read. Yeah, what I've read, he reminds me a lot of Wellebeck and Louis Ferdinand Celine.
Okay, Death at the End of the Night or something.
Journey to the End of Night, and his other book is Death on the Installment Plan. So
those are books that have kind of been in my background for a long time, meaning to read, and still haven't. But
yeah, they're pretty great. Like one of the funniest parts on Death on the Installment Plan is where he's describing a journey on a ship as a kid, and like he like writes the whole thing as like a slapstick comedy with him, trying to get to the bathroom and ending up face first in the toilet.
Oh no! Wow.
And he's like in Journey to the End of Night, which is about his time in World War I. Like is like his description of the first time going into battle. It's like he basically like immediately comes to the realization that soldiers are all fucking idiots for going into battle, and like immediately abandons his troop.
Wow. How much? Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think maybe Dalton Dickey would make a good guest. He's retired from writing now, but he's been doing painting recently, and he recently came back from bounced back from a suicide attempt. So, I think he would make a good guest.
Possibly. Was that the one that you said had a problem with you, Zach?
Yeah, he did a long time ago. I mean, it's nothing. We wouldn't have any type of grudge or anything. But way back when I started, what?
That's unfortunate that you wouldn't have a grudge for any exploit.
But it was like way back when I guess I was in my little Alex Jones phase, which hasn't gone away. I'm still in that phase. But I started, being more right-wing on Facebook and whatnot. But he really got on there and started hammering me. And then Kevin Strange actually got on the comment, and they both had a freaking fight that lasted for it's a pretty long thread.
You guys are a bunch of troublemakers, man.
I'm not.
We got tired of people lording their cause over us. You know, we're on the other side of the country, okay, and it was a mistake for me to ever fully involve myself with that whole community or whatever you want to call it. My curiosity is never satisfied. I'd never get bored because I'm always digging deeper on things. And so I embedded myself because I couldn't stop absorbing everything there was to know about Bizarro. And it was several years obsession. And that's probably why I have a hard time letting go, because I invested so much time and energy into it that I neglected my own life. And so now, you know, it's almost like an ex-girlfriend, you know, that still lives in the neighborhood. You know, maybe that's what it is psychologically. I don't know.
What's it going to take for you to get past it, Jeremy?
Like I said, I want closure, you know. I don't want it to end with them expecting me to admit all fault, you know. I want them to own some of their shit. And I want
to simply forgive and forget.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking.
Right? I could do that if they wanted forgiveness, but they don't think they've done anything wrong. They destroyed their own.
That's on them, though.
They destroyed their own scene with their stubbornness. Don't you understand?
Yeah, but that fault is on them. You can distance yourself and forgive.
Yeah. Why don't you listen to your fellow Christian who's preaching the gospel at your ass?
Because he's the one that drudged all this up by telling me I needed to talk about Brian Keene with Curtis Lawson.
I've owned up to that. That was
you awoke a sleeping giant. Well, a sleeping dwarf, but a dwarf that wields a mighty axe.
One of those dwarfs that's like real little but gigantic, like chest.
Yes.
But no, I've acknowledged that, and I acknowledge that I shouldn't have brought up the Jordan Crawl thing, even though he was lying about me. But
Jordan Crawl turns on everybody eventually, or not even turn on. He gets tired of people in general. I think he's generally a crabby human being, and he has his good days, but mostly bad, if you ask me. So.
I think we should have Jason Sinclair on here one night.
Who's that?
Yeah. Oh, he's the guy who wrote that jerk off story about the cop and the prison guard and the prisoner.
Yeah. Man, forget that crap. You know who we need on here?
The more I read that, the more I reread that, the more proud I was of it. Jeez, it's
okay. No,
we need to bring more porn stars on here.
A long time ago, who wrote that article about Bizarro, kind of like trashing it from a very literary PhD perspective. Y'all remember that?
No.
Oh yeah,
read that.
Yeah, I read that. That was dumb.
We need him, and we need that dude who wrote that big long. I mean, I don't know if it's long, but he wrote a whole book about. I think it was the buddy system, something like that.
What?
I thought you were going Bradley Snow.
I don't know.
I thought you were going to say we should get the guy who wrote that weird Bible of Bizarro book on here.
No, that guy. That guy hates me with a. He actually dug into my personal life in a way that was very uncomfortable. And
he seems like a bit of a critical case.
Yeah, and Bradley
dig into your personal life.
Bradley's well.
We should get one of the guys from Comtown to come on.
I don't even remember now. I just remember that he was saying things that were kind of accurate, but not totally, about that he should not know from his vantage point, not even being an acquaintance of mine, you know, so he must have been doing some serious, you know, creeping around.
Right.
I think he read an old author bio where I was a little bit too open about some stuff, is what it was.
Yeah. We should get one of the guys from Comtown to come on.
What is Comtown?
It's a really funny podcast.
About what?
It's about being gay with your dad.
Nah.
With Jeremy's dad?
No, that's like one of their more infamous tweets. It was like from one of the hosts. He like tweeted out, "Cometown is not about politics; it's about being gay with your dad."
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. No thanks.
Let's get Virgil Texas from Chapo Trap House on.
I was about to say I'll do
You're not coming
Chapo
on.
Trap House before I ever do that kind of
Yeah,
comparison.
yeah. Chapo, come on the Quiet Place.
Yeah.
Oh. So who's this person you guys talked to?
Wait a minute. I'm sorry, Gregor. Please bookmark that because
Okay.
I just wanted to make the statement. You guys realize that we have something in common with all sporting events right now, right?
We're quarantined.
And that we're gay.
In that
we're stupid.
Just like them, we don't have an audience, huh?
Oh, that's true. Like we're performing without an audience, right?
Yeah, we're just shouting into the void here. We could probably like scream the N-word for an hour straight and no one would know.
So who wrote this long article criticizing Bizarro from a literary perspective? Who we got? Who's that? Yes,
Some
no?
pretentious fuck.
The person who wrote the buddy system thing was Bradley Snow. I'm 99% sure of that on that.
So what's the buddy system? What's that?
Brian Keene.
It's basically just the guy. Oh yeah. I know who you're talking about. The guy that like was like a mentally unhinged stalker, Brian Keene. That like
Yeah, but there was more than one. There was another guy that I think Brian Keene bragged about getting committed to an actual mental hospital.
No, this is the guy I'm talking about. His name is Edward Drabinsky.
That's the guy that I will have nothing to do with. That's the guy I was talking about a minute ago.
Wait, he's the guy who wrote that Bible of Bizarro thing, isn't he?
Yeah, and he's nowhere near close to Bizarro. He totally missed the mark. It is not a Bible. It's an insult to the Bible and Bizarro to that title. No, that guy is, trust me, that guy has no wisdom. I don't care how old he is. He has no wisdom to pass on. No, man. Trust me, he's nothing.
Yeah, I guess he like rewrote the story of the Bible with people from the Bizarro scene. It was weird. It was weird.
And it wasn't Jeremy that did it under a pseudonym.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that Jeremy is actually Dobrisky. That is him.
But
and the reason you fight with yourself is because you hate yourself.
But
I think we should have Jason Sinclair on here another time, though.
Okay, maybe next week.
Wait,
Okay.
what did he do again?
He wrote the story that was in an envelope in the Hardee's parking lot that Jeremy found that he read.
Oh, you mean the one Jeremy wrote?
Yeah, I've gone back and listened to it and emptied my balls to it multiple times.
You know what? I wish you would record that. We could play it.
I don't think YouTube would appreciate the sound of me
read the whole
beating
thing?
my meat.
They might. I mean, YouTube might love that. It might go viral.
What, the sound of me beating my meat?
Yeah.
Hey, it did for that one dude we talked about that one time. The camera.
Dark Side Phil. No, I don't want to be Dark Side Phil. Nobody wants to be Dark Side Phil.
How did his mic how does his webcam get turned on?
Wait. He's a feckless doofus.
He didn't even know it was on.
So what happened? I don't think I ever heard about this guy.
You don't remember? Was he on when we showed that?
Gregor wasn't on.
Yeah, let's show him. Let's show him. Pull that up, Jeremy.
Yeah, okay. It's scary how you can see like through his eyes into his brain when he comes. It's like you can see into his soul, and it's not something I wanted to see.
The hairstyle thing is what's funny.
I think I'm ready.
You have to kind of see it to believe it. I think Gregor's anus is prepared.
Yeah, I think I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see this. And it. That guy looks great. You got a great look about him.
Why couldn't you just comb your hair?
I think it's part of his aesthetic.
No, I'm talking about later on the hair thing.
There's no mistaking what he's doing. I mean, Is he frustrated or is he just reaching peak? Looked frustrated for a minute.
Well, you don't look that way when you beat off?
No, I don't beat off anymore.
And I think this is why you watch this.
It did alarm me, yeah.
So who is this guy?
He's a video
Darkside
gamer.
Phil.
He plays video games on live stream and gets donations from gullible pay pigs. Oh, he finished.
What is up, one?
Look, how creepy is that? That he went so quickly. He transitioned from wiping himself off to what is up, everyone? How creepy is that?
We aren't at the best part yet.
Instantaneous.
Welcome. Oh, the camera's on.
Wow.
That look says it all.
That is.
He didn't look happy when he was doing it either. You know, like he looked like it was like maybe he was compulsive. You know.
Play back the cameras.
That is what beating off is.
Play back the what?
When he realizes the camera's on or been on. Yeah, right there.
Come.
I usually have a big smile on my face.
Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole
Did you
time.
see that swallow? You see his throat? He swallowed. That was a big gulp he took. Nope.
I don't even know. Hello.
Yeah, look at that. That sideways hello, like he's trying to play it off like nothing happened. You know those tactics. We've all been there.
Wow.
Hey, Gregor, keep that in your head when you're making love to your wife later.
I will. That was something else, man. That guy's good. Wow. That's a pretty good mess up right there, pal. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a teensy bit embarrassing right there.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you should get that guy on here.
He's in the middle of bankruptcy proceedings. He's not going to have time to come on here.
He would expect to be paid. Somebody asked him if he would consent to an interview, and he said, "You have to pay me $1,000 or something." He's delusional to the extreme.
So what's going on with the guy? Why is he in bankruptcy proceedings? Because of this particular incident, he lost all of his followers or something, or what?
Not this incident. It's like multiple incidents where he would keep getting banned because he would make tasteless jokes. He would he would talk shit to his audience. He'd spend way more than he was actually earning. So and it eventually caught up with him, and now he's in bankruptcy.
Okay, I gotcha. Huh. Yeah, I never heard of that cat.
But
I don't get why so many people make these freaking video game videos. Like
let's plays. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe we should
I don't
try
understand
it.
the appeal either, but a lot of people do like it for whatever reason.
You know what it is? I'm guilty of watching some of them. It's nostalgia. I think with a lot of.
Maybe we should start a gaming channel. I don't know. We could call it like Grumpy at Games or something like that.
I haven't played.
I don't even have a gaming system.
I hate to say this, but I haven't played.
I don't either.
I haven't played a video game in years. I don't think I could. It would be the same now. I feel bad that part of my childhood has almost died. That's why I sometimes watch Let's Plays of like older games, to keep that magic.
Yeah, I mean, but people watch people play modern games though, right? And people even watch people play tabletop RPGs. I mean, I don't get that really either.
I don't think I could do that, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know people that watch that type of thing, and I just don't understand it. I mean, I can understand playing a tabletop RPG, but not watching another group of people doing it. You know.
Maybe we should like come on here and play Cards Against Humanity or something like that sometime.
Yeah, how would that work though? Like,
I mean, there's online versions of Cards Against Humanity.
really?
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
In that case,
Yeah, I did not know.
there could be a time where maybe there would be a way to play Stranges. I don't know.
That might be, but I don't think he's done a virtual
Gets
version.
boring quick.
I don't.
I think it's pretty fun.
I hate crowdfunding.
I've never played it.
I hate crowdfunding, so I hate to buy anything that's not off Amazon on the internet because I don't want my credit card my debit card information going around. You know?
We want people like giving us like money for super chats. Yeah, it's like
we got a long way to go now.
Start giving us money, you fucking people.
You know that we were almost halfway there until that last channel got taken down. We were at 510, and you have to be at either 1,000 or 1,500. So we were on our way there, you know. And I think the key was Stinkface videos that kept people subscribing. I can't do that now without risking, you know, getting banned again. So it's going to be a slower journey this time.
You should make your own Stinkface videos.
No, gross and embarrassing.
Set us up a Patreon.
It's fascinating. Part of the reason
start an OnlyFans for your Stinkface videos.
Here's the thing. It's still so strange to me that first of all, Vince McMahon convinced this Samoan guy Rikishi to go out there with his girth in a thong, you know, and even with being so sweaty and whatnot, and like and not only that, but this. Oh, wait a minute.
Well,
how does he?
Again?
Yeah, I know, but I've got to prove a point here. Let's see. Where's?
Wow.
Look. Okay, here's a good example. How did Vince McMahon talk these girls into taking this move? That's what I can't figure out, and or any of them for that matter. Look at that shit. That's real. God.
I mean, there's girls in porn who do worse things for probably less pay.
Yeah, I'll say so.
Well,
yeah, so I mean, I think that you should probably make your own Stinkface videos.
Okay, and we're gonna get banned again.
Yeah.
And that part out.
I mean, don't these neighbor ladies that own the bunnies? Wouldn't they be into making a Stinkface video with you?
Shut up! You're making me sick. Look, it's just the sheer thrill of seeing.
Right at this moment, Jeremy's dick is rock hard.
No, it really isn't. It's the sheer thrill of seeing a bitchy woman get her comeuppance. I have nothing for when the guys get it. You know, it's just seeing the bitchy women get their comeuppance that's amazing to me. But and how did Vince McMahon talk these women into taking that? Or any of people for that matter, and how did he talk him into going out there like
money?
Yeah, money.
Paying him.
But going out there in front of thousands of
money.
People, it's just
bizarre. You do it too, Jeremy.
No, I don't.
No, you
wouldn't be there.
It's like that old joke where a guy asks a woman, "Would you have sex with someone for $1 million?" And she says, "Yeah, sure, I would." And he says, "Will you have sex with someone for $1?" And she's like, "What do you think I am, a whore?" And he says, "Well, we already established that, and now we're just negotiating."
Wait, are you talking about Hardcore Mike or whatever his name is?
No, it's just like an old joke.
Oh,
yeah, it's just an old
joke.
That
was an old. Yeah.
Well, anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, you should. Huh? Yeah, you should make your own Stinkface videos, Jeremy. I mean,
yeah, yeah. I'm sure it's like you can put on Craigslist to find actresses.
Yeah.
Jeremy's like OnlyFans will be up sometime in the next month.
How so?
Your OnlyFans is like something independent, like porn producers use to sell video clips.
Oh, it's like a thought type of service or something like that. Is that what it is? Like a webcam girl thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeremy's gonna become a OnlyFans thought soon.
You should do that, Jeremy.
Do what?
You should become a cam girl.
Well, a cam boy, I guess.
Well, maybe either one, whatever you want to do.
I mean, sure, I'm sure you could do the convincing cross dress to be a cam girl.
Have you ever thought about it, Jeremy? I mean, as far as being a cam boy.
Yeah, you can.
Being
You
a
can put
cam
on.
boy.
What's the frat boy? Oh no.
Cam boy.
Frat boy.
No.
Yeah, you can. You can put on cat.
Shtick.
Yeah, you can put on cat ears and get Nick Fuentes to want your boy pussy.
Stop it.
I mean, you should do it just to and not actually like.
I mean, you'll be welcomed into.
Look at this.
You'll be
The
welcomed into alt-right circles.
Stephanie McMahon, the boss's daughter, took it. I mean, it's bizarre.
I mean, Vince McMahon is the kind of guy who would like sell his daughter to, I don't know, cannibals for a dime or something.
Get through with it. I don't understand it.
Money.
Yeah, but
Why don't you try to get him on the show and ask him?
I'm not that comfortable with money. No, none of them would come on this show. I don't think. There's no audience. They would if we had some kind of audience. Maybe they would.
Maybe.
Remember that time I asked Daniel Estulin and his secretary or something got back to me and she said, once you reach 100,000 people regularly, we'll talk.
Oh, Richard Spencer.
Who was it?
Richard Spencer.
Daniel.
Richard Spencer
Estulin.
told me this. Richard Spencer told
Who?
me. Jesus. Richard Spencer told me the same thing. You know, get some more viewers and we'll talk. Anyway, Daniel.
No, who was the first person though?
Daniel Estulin.
Who's that?
Author.
Who's that? What did he write?
What did he write? Fleshing Out Skull and Bones?
Yeah, that, the Bilderberg Group.
Oh, he's like a
One about
conspiracy theory type.
transhumanism.
Okay.
I mean, you know, those societies.
From an economic standpoint, normally.
Those secret societies do exist. I mean, there's no question.
Yeah, well, that's just like in general, but yeah, I mean, if you were, a cross-dressing cam boy, you would have gotten Richard Spencer on, no problem.
Richard Spencer was a useful tool for why are you breathing so hard?
Huh?
You're breathing.
My face is right next to the mic, so.
Oh, okay. Richard Spencer was useful in triggering the left for a while, but I do think if he got too much power, it would be, not beneficial, let's say, to humanity at large.
In retrospect, that was a bad move because as annoying as the fucking Tumblr and woke scold left is, propping up actual neo-Nazis to trigger the libs was not a good idea.
Well, they were going to call us Nazis either way, though, so it doesn't matter. See what I mean?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you have to prop up actual fucking neo-Nazis.
Well, I mean, I just don't care enough. You know, the point is that, I mean, Antifa was causing way more damage. I consider Antifa way more of a threat than a couple, 100 people who are living in a fantasy world where there is an ethno state around the corner. Antifa are hitting people in the head with bike locks. They're covering for each other. The police are letting them get away with it. It's insanity.
Well, they're only really a threat in a major cities, leftist cities like Portland and Berkeley and so forth.
Mm-hmm. But someone like Richard Spencer would never, get that much power.
And what kind of threat does he present to the fucking Antifa types? It's like he got famous because he got punched in the face by one.
And he said, "Yeah, I might not speak in public anymore if that keeps happening. If they're not even going to hear me speak or something." Well, he said something really weak on the spur of the moment.
Well, he did, and now he just doesn't speak because nobody wants to fucking listen to him.
Yeah, I don't think that
I don't think anybody really wanted to listen to him ever, anyways, right?
I don't think that even he should not be silenced. I don't believe.
No. I think that young people should be able to say stuff. Yeah.
Was he?
Yeah, recently.
I don't have a
Maybe
problem with
the past year.
InfoWars at all. Like I said, Alex Jones is a hero to me. But see,
Yeah, did he go on and do an Alex Jones type screaming about how black people need to be his slaves again and how much he hates the Jews?
No, the whole show was mainly Alex Jones talking about how he didn't agree with Richard Spencer. I can't remember. It's been a while.
Yeah, that we did play that audio here on the show several months back. Yeah, and I think everybody knew that he was really like that, but
Yeah, it's just he tried to present himself as like a respectable white nationalist, but obviously after 1.5 drinks, he just starts screaming the N-word at people.
yeah. Now I will say,
Yeah, so that audio was genuinely him. That was allegedly okay.
Now
yeah,
I will say that I have zero shame, for being white, and I do appreciate, my white culture, whatever it might be considered. But I don't have any more privilege than say Ben here, or who's another good example? Andre Duza.
Zach.
No, because Zach's, but I don't believe me. I'm just as downtrodden as
He's a Southerner too.
What does that have to do with it? But I'm just as downtrodden as anybody else. They're not going to lay privilege at my feet. No, thank you. In fact, I would argue I've made the ultimate sacrifice, into adulthood. So that's not privilege to me.
Wait, what?
Death.
The ultimate sacrifice into adulthood. I'm confused.
Family.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Family loss. That is the ultimate sacrifice. Once that happens, you are officially an adult in my book. You have learned the ultimate cruel lesson. So.
Oh, I get you. Okay, yeah, that is a kind of a rite of passage. Yeah, you're right.
I think it's more a rite of passage than sexual conquests. Getting into fights or anything. I think that's the largest rite of passage, sadly. But I don't know where are we even.
Yeah, possibly so. Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Where are we even going with this now? Because I'm lost now.
I don't know. You're going down memory lane or something.
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe it is time to go. We won't make it to the 5-hour mark anyway. I don't think, and that's okay. It doesn't always have to end then.
I just looked at my the news, and looks like they might be closing school for a month here in Iowa.
Yeah, they've closed it for 3 weeks here.
I'm telling you, hitting the panic button, it's ridiculous. But
I'm okay with it. I get freaking super extended spring break.
Maybe we can have a stream to talk to Nathan Thompson during the week sometime, since you got so much free time now, Zach.
I'd be good at that. Well, I've still got to utilize that time to study and whatnot.
Yeah. And Ben, you probably don't want to be a part of that, right?
Well, I still have to work. I just have to work from home.
Yeah.
If they announce that, they still haven't yet.
I appreciate the hell out of you yelling at him, just because it made things interesting, But if we want to have a legitimate discussion with him, do you think that the same thing would happen, or was it just?
I mean, did you hear him? That guy doesn't want a legitimate discussion.
No, I know, but
Why? It'll just be like I was talking about the Vouch versus Ethan thing earlier. He'll just
no,
around about how I'm triggered, and I'll just be calling him a faggot or something.
I like to think that I could wrangle him into a civil discussion, because the thing is,
I doubt that.
He's used to being backed into a corner, okay? Because that's what they always do. These smug scientific types. If you just hear him out,
he's backed into a corner because he has no fucking arguments.
Well, I'm not going to speak up in his defense. He didn't really seem to be that uncivic. Like he has legitimate points, what he sees as legitimate points. He's
And I'm not
only
saying I
going to be
agree.
reactionary if you're reactionary to him.
I mean, you
And
opened it. I
it's-
mean, my introduction to him was him yelling at kids at an elementary school.
like I
How the fuck
said,
am I supposed to take him seriously after
That
that?
was my fault. That was my fault. But no, I think that without backing him into corner first, right off the bat, I think that maybe a good discussion is to be had. But I'm not going to agree with everything he says or kiss his ass, just like I didn't William Ramsey or anybody else. Although I would kiss Andy Scherzinger's ass over and over.
I mean, you guys can have him back on if you want when I'm not here, but I don't think there's anything to be gained from having him back on.
Wait, let's get him and William Ramsey both on here and see what they have to say.
Well, yeah, if those two are just gonna duke it out, that might be entertaining. Although William Ramsey thinks we're fucking cockroaches under his shoe.
William Ramsey just didn't win me over with any of his argument.
Wow,
Well, he obviously just thinks that we're gum on the bottom of his shoe, so I doubt he's gonna come back.
I mean, you could tell even with his tone. Zach, you went out of your way for him, and he didn't even, and he gave you a copy and paste job of a previous.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm pretty sure William Ramsey liked me, but he didn't like any of you guys. Pretty sure that's what it was.
That's probably because you didn't talk as much.
Huh? You said he.
What do you mean copy and paste?
He said he just copy and pasted a previous response to you when you said he could come back on for free promotion.
Oh no, but he kind of avoided it.
Mm-hmm.
But he had answered another question in the thread, but not like addressed that.
Before we wrap up, I just want to ask: do you guys ever have dreams that just go on and on and on, with a first, second, and third act to them? Even
like I told you, that freaking dream with leaving my body that lasted for like 10 minutes.
Yeah. So what about you, Ben?
Yeah, I've had dreams like that. I'm pretty sure I had one last night, but now I can't remember any of it.
Yeah, I mean, I've had dreams where I'll wake up several times throughout the night, maybe go take a piss, come back, and continue the same dream.
Yeah, I've done that too. That is bizarre, man. It's like, dreams are so mysterious. But the dream I had last night, I can't really put it into words, but it was like the best movie I've never seen. It legitimately felt like I was in a movie, not as an actor, but as a character, if that makes sense. It was awesome. But I can't put the images and events into any kind of, meaningful perspective. I might need to start keeping a dream diary, but I don't have time to write in that first thing in the morning. So
why not?
Because I get up for work and like I save I have my alarm clock set like as late as I possibly can, so I can sleep as
right. I think you should wake up earlier.
No.
And keep a dream diary.
You give yourself like an hour.
I can't physically do that if I'm going to work. An hour? No way, man.
That's what I do. I get
what time do you got to be at work?
And watch Cheers.
5 in the morning.
You got to be at work at 5?
Yeah.
You got to be in the door at 5?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. You might not be able to do that then, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's a bit of, yeah. So how far do you live from your your workplace?
Not far. I don't know how to convert it into miles or whatever, but it's not.
I mean, to take you 10 minutes to get there, 5 minutes to get there?
Probably about 25 to 30.
Oh, really? Do you ever take a bath? I mean, take a shower before you go to work?
Oh yeah, every day. I don't know why that matters, but yeah, I do.
Do you ever take a shower? Do you take a shower when you get home too?
Yes, of course. All that grease, all that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why would you take one before you go to work?
Well, because you sweat during the night. I mean,
I wake up greasy.
Doesn't anybody? Don't you ever wake up like with that greasy feeling, that dirty feeling? I mean,
I absolutely do. I wake up and I feel like a fucking oil spill. That's why I have to take a shower.
If you go to work with that stuff still on you, it's like it gets worse throughout the day, and you wish you would have showered. I've tried it.
Yeah, and you feel like you're sweating the whole day. It's horrible.
Yeah, I don't usually. Yeah.
I thought only guy got that.
I take a shower like about 2:00 in the afternoon every day. I don't take one when I get up.
I thought
Like
only
around midday.
Well, I bet your armpits smell.
I bet you're greasy.
Oh, they do. They do.
Yeah, I thought only I got that just because I'm Mexican.
No, I don't think so. I think that Jeremy gets it too.
Yeah.
So Jeremy, you take 2 showers a day?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Why not?
Do you put some lotion on your body? Seems like you need some lotion. Your skin would get dried out.
What is this? I use body wash and soap. What? I mean,
You don't use any lotion, like some lotion, rub some lotion in your body?
I'm not in the shower.
But after the shower.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
You seem like a lotion
had a
boy.
2-for-1 sale. I mean, what?
You seem like a lotion boy. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Lotion boy.
I do get chat.
I mean, the lotion is for something else.
No, it's really not. You guys have no idea how serious I am about not doing that anymore. No matter how much
I believe you.
Okay, but no matter
I believe
how
you.
people protest otherwise, it's the truth.
Have you?
I believe you.
Have you gotten the superpowers that the no fat people says you'll get?
Yeah, like the golden one. Do you have his superpowers?
No, no superpowers yet.
The golden one.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, he's like that buff, dumb neo-Nazi guy.
Yeah, exactly. But he's also like a no fap aficionado or promulgator or whatever, you know. Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
So
he's
you're not
into the no fap.
Yeah, I mean, so you have not gotten any superpowers,
Right,
Jeremy?
No.
Really?
No.
Man, I was kind of disappointed.
One time I made a coffee cup move on its own, but then I found out it was just static electricity.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was disappointed again. Yeah.
That's still pretty impressive.
It's like I held out my hand and it came to me, and so I thought, whoa. But then I realized it's just static electricity because it just shocked me. So.
Wow. Were you at work?
Yeah.
Were you dreaming that you were at work?
No, it was real.
Huh. You must not have used lotion that day, because I don't think you would have that much static electricity if you'd used that lotion that day.
True.
He says he'll do it.
He who?
William Ramsey.
What do you mean?
Did he just
made a flat earther?
Oh, really? Debate a flat earther?
Are you serious?
Yep.
Are you really serious?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do it then, man.
This could be interesting.
That sounds like a great show.
It
sounds like a hell of a lot better topic than
what's
Jeremy's
that guy's
lotion.
name again?
You brought it up, not me.
Is it Nathan Thompson?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is a real thing now that we could arrange. Gregor, you want in?
Well, yeah, I want to be on the show where William Ramsey talks to Flat Earther Man. Yeah.
And Ben,
we should get some children on there too.
Yeah, I'll come on. So if him and William are just going to be screaming at each other the whole time.
Yeah, we got some school children in there too.
Yeah, just bring some children for both of them to I don't know masturbate onto camera.
Wait a minute. I've got to play that sample again before we close out because it's just too good not to play back, right? This is the same guy that appeared last week talking about how the earth was flat and he was perfectly justified in handing out flyers to school kids. And
was that last week? I guess it was, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
No, I just thought it might have been the week before, but it was last week.
Here is the most recent audio from this guy, and I'm not dogging him, but I wouldn't be doing this myself if I were him. But here is the latest audio from Nathan right here. And once again, this is audio. This is radio gold right here. So hang on. Listen to these totally clip-worthy quotes.
Big fan. Shouldn't you be out chasing down?
Hey, didn't you play this already?
Yes, but I'm playing it again. Hang on. Let me start. I'm playing it again. Yeah, listen.
Why are you playing it again?
The clip of him talking to those guys in the Discord earlier. I played it earlier.
Can you turn it up? I can't really hear it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Shouldn't you be out chasing down buses?
I'm tired. I'm tired from chasing down kids all day.
Ooh, that's fucking creepy, dude.
You are getting really big, dude.
Yeah, they're fucking easy to catch because they're so slow.
Newport News. I can smell you. Plug you.
Yeah, get triggered, you fucking losers.
Someone will get triggered.
Yeah, that'll be pretty funny to watch William Ramsey and this guy butt heads.
So go figure.
Yeah.
I'm tired from chasing down school children, and yeah, they're easy to catch because they're so slow. That is hot off the presses. Nathan Thompson, March 15th, 2020. That is
but dude, send him an email and see if he's willing to do it. This will be amazing.
Dude, he debates Globers all the time, as he puts it. Globers.
I thought he called them globe heads.
No,
yeah, I think his globe heads are better.
Listen, all you need to do is type Nathan Thompson Flat Earth into a YouTube browser, and you will have hours of entertainment. I'm telling you.
Hey, before we close out, can we play the Rusty Cage Corona song?
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that. Okay.
Globe head.
This doesn't butcher the Soundgarden song too much, does it?
No, it's just it's a joke song about the coronavirus.
Great.
So this isn't Soundgarden?
No, Rusty Cage is the name of the guy, and the song is just called like the coronavirus song, I think.
Which one? Because it looks like there's more than one.
I have
bring
a
it
song
up.
recommendation as well.
Just bring it up, and I should be able to. It's probably the top one because it actually got taken off for a little bit. Okay. It's the top one. The top one.
With the guy sitting on the couch or whatever?
The top one. No, at the very top.
This one?
That one.
What's not Russ? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get it ready here. If you guys talk during this, it's probably going to sound awkward, so let's let it play, I guess.
I enjoy awkward things.
Everyone talking. What's spreading quick and makes you sick, infecting everyone? It's worldwide and many have died, but so much fun. You start to cough, then pass it off, and no one knows what to do. But wash and clean and quarantine for Wuhan flu. Corona, corona, the virus infecting us all. Corona, corona, you cough and shake then fall. There is no cure, it's not secured, pandemic soon begins. But don't be scared, just stay prepared when panic settles in. It's growing fast, so wear a mask, buy plenty of extra food. But don't wait long, it's soon to be gone, and now you're screwed. Corona, corona, the virus infecting us all. Corona, corona, so let's all sing along. Corona, corona, infecting everyone. Corona, corona, the worst is yet to come. Everyone's got corona, you're gonna get it too. No, not. Come on and get corona, Wuhan flu. The Coronavirus, brought to you by Michael Bloomberg. The Requiem of the Crazies comic book. Issue number 2 is now available for pre-order. Make sure to grab a copy before it's too late.
Instead, it was brought to you by Michael Bloomberg. Is that what it's saying?
Yeah. His parody songs are pretty funny.
All right, so I guess we're ready to close out, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, gentlemen?
Let's do it.
Wash your hands and don't touch your face.
I'll touch your face.
That's kind of gay, dude.
With my lotiony hands.
It puts the lotion on its skin or it gets the hose.
Again.
Are you playing us out?
Yes.
Well, usually you put the actual video up.
It's
was screaming and his dad was mad. We was playing the same old song in the afternoon.
Boom.
Sometimes we would play it all night long. It was all we knew and easy too, so we wouldn't get it wrong. All we did was scream like, hey, down in Joe's garage. We didn't have no dope or LSD, but a couple of quarts of beer would fix it so the intonation would not offend your ear. And the same old chords going over and over became a symphony. We could play it again and again and again, cause it sounded good to me. One more time. We could jam in Joe's garage. His mama was screaming, turn it down. We was playing the same old song in the afternoon. And sometimes we would play it all night long. It was all we knew and easy too, so we wouldn't get it wrong. Even if we played it on the saxophone. We thought we was pretty good. We talked about keeping the band together, and we figured that we should. Cause about this time we was getting the eye from the girls in the neighborhood. They'd all come over and dance around like. So we picked out a stupid name and some cards printed up for a couple of bucks, and we was on our way to fame. Got matching suits and beaver boots and a sign on the back of the car, and we was ready to work in a go-go bar. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see if you got some more. People seem to like our song. They got up and danced and made a lot of noise, and it wasn't for very long. A guy from a company we can't name said we ought to take his pen. Sign on the line for a real good time, but he didn't tell us when. These good times would be something that was really happening. So the band broke up, and it looks like we will never play again. Guess you only get one chance in life to play a song that goes like.